Okay, so hello to everyone. Am I clearly audible and visible? I can see students like Anshu, Rafiq, Divya. Okay, I think it's going a little bit slow. Okay, yeah, so now I think it's going a little bit slow. However, not issue. So good evening to all my dear lovely students. Whosoever is watching me live, I would request you to go and bring all your friends and colleagues also to join this session. Yeah, hearts to everybody, hearts. Yes, it will be an English session, of course, because yes, you know, it is basically English platform. So surely it is going to be English session only. And today, let me tell you, this session is marathon. What do you mean by marathon? Marathon means something which is unstoppable and unbreakable, right? So today, this botany session is also going to be like a marathon. It's going to be unstoppable and unbreakable. I can see so many questions on my screen like, ma'am, are you going to cover both 11th and 12th or only 11th? And so many questions. Thank you, students who are complimenting me. I am fine, Ujjwal, Samuel, Anjana, Pushpak. So I am very good. You will get all your notes of this session. This session is getting recorded. So you need not to worry about the notes, about the lecture, everything you're going to get. Yeah, hearts to everyone. Yes, hearts to each and every student of mine. Okay, so as I told you, in this class, we are going to revise whole 11th and 12th. First, theory we are going to revise, but let me remind you, theory means those concepts which are going to be very important for your NEET session, right? Next week, you know, NEET exam has been scheduled. Ma'am, only 7 days are left. What to do, how to manage? Ma'am, mind is getting pissed off. 4 subjects, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology. Let me tell you, students, even when I was of your age now, I also used to deal in the same situation like you are right now. So just 10 days before examination or 12 days before examination, my mind used to blow out. And you know what? My mother and father, they used to say, okay, chill out, don't study. But still I used to think, okay, mummy and daddy are saying that chill out, but how can I chill out? It's my examination, it's my career. But unfortunately, at that time, we were not having such amazing sessions like Physics Wallah, right? But now, today you have got such a great opportunity with the help of this platform where you get all your concepts, everything in one as a bundle together, yes or no, to prepare for your NEET examination as well as JEE. Students who thinks that this session is for JEE, they are also welcomed, but let me tell you, this session is not for JEE, my dear students. It is specifically for NEET. Why are you saying that is it for JEE? No, my dear, it's biology session. It is only for NEET students. But yes, if you really want to, Nida, if you really want to stay in the session and enjoy botany, then surely you are welcome to this session. Now, without wasting time, shall we start with the main session? Okay, so today what are we going to discuss? We are going to discuss the entire chapter of class 11th and 12th, right? And in 11th and 12th, my life Physics Wallah, okay, I am getting so many good compliments and yeah, very good. So I'm enjoying all these compliments. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining, and go and get your students and all your friends and communities as well to join this session. Okay, so coming back to the topic itself, today we are going to discuss entire 11th and entire 12th together. First thing. Second thing, mainly we are going to do in question format. But apart from discussing questions, we are also going to discuss the important concepts of every chapter. Right? So as you can see, this table of content is almost empty. The only thing which I have written on this first page is complete syllabus revision. This line itself is self-explanatory, that ma'am is going to teach you each and everything which is important for your NEET examination. Maybe let the time be taken, maybe 5 hours, 6 hours, no issues. But today, we all have gathered here, and it's a promise from myself that once you leave this session, students, your biology, specifically, I mean botany, will be on your tips. Correct? Cool to everyone? If yes, then just do give me a thumbs up that ma'am, we are completely ready, and yes, we are ready to study and there is no disturbance around. Just keep your pen, notebook along with yourself. And one more thing, before starting the session, I want that you all should also reply to me on every question. When I'm asking the question, try to respond on them, right? So it will be like a mutual discussion today. If I am explaining, then I want answers from your side as well. Okay, so everybody's saying, how's the Josh? From my end, Josh is like on the top. I am throwing the Josh like anything today. And I want the same from you. Yes, I will teach genetics as well. So, starting with the chapter, the first chapter, that is the living world. It is the very first chapter of class 11th, and basically this chapter deals in with life. It's a very simple chapter. We will keep this chapter specifically to NCERT. Whatever questions are asked from this section, they are purely NCERT based. First thing, correct? So here we have gathered so that we can crack the NEET. So whatever today I am going to say is everything which is very important from your NEET point of view. Correct? Okay. Now let's start with living world. So before starting with the questions, I have certain concepts to tell you which everyone usually face trouble. Correct? So let's start with living world. What do you mean by living? When I say living, living simply means anything which is having life. Anything which is, according to you, in a layman's language, living is something which is able to move, which is able to eat, which is able to talk. Like me, I am a living organism. But if I talk about my air conditioner, these lights, these fans, these cameras, then these are all non-living objects. Correct? Now, my dear students, this is a layman language. But remember, we are not laymen, we are biologists. Yes or no? And if we are biologists, then we should define life in terms of biology. So in biology, life can be defined as a complex organization. A complex organization of molecules which join together to form cell, and then those cells, they aggregate to perform some activities like metabolism, cellular organization, your locomotion, growth, reproduction, etc. So first I'm going to write what is life, and then we will proceed slowly further. Right? So if I want to define life, so life is simply a complex organization, right, of molecules to form cells, which in return performs activities like locomotion, reproduction, right, consciousness, metabolism, etc. Yes or no? So this is how life should be defined by a person who is studying bio. Now, life means anything which is living. Now, there are two types of features on the basis of which you can differentiate between living and non-living. Those features, those two set of features are characteristic features and defining features. So I'm going to tell you what is characteristic features and what are defining features. Little bit, not the complete theory will be discussed, only the major parts of the theory I am going to discuss, and then with the help of questions also we will discuss the remaining concepts, right? So there are two types of features, characteristic features and defining features. What do you mean by characteristic features? Features which are either exhibited by both living and non-living objects or only living objects but with few exceptions. Like for example, reproduction. We say that reproduction is a characteristic feature. Why? Because it is exhibited by living organisms, no doubt, but it is not exhibited by all living organisms. There are so many living organisms who do not show reproduction, like your worker bees. Yes or no? Therefore, this reproduction becomes a characteristic feature. So what do you mean by characteristic features? Features which are either exhibited by both living and non-living, right? Or only living but with exception, or only living but with exception. On the other hand, if I talk about defining features, then these are those features which are purely only and only exhibited by living organisms without any exception and all living organisms. Right? So what do you mean by defining features? Defining features are those which are truly only and only exhibited by all living organisms without any exception. Correct? So these are your defining features, like for example, metabolism. So there are two types of features which can be used to distinguish between living and non-living. Now in defining features comes like your, for example, metabolism, consciousness, cellular organization, whereas your characteristic features include growth, reproduction, etc. Now you know the details of all these features which I am not going to discuss over here, but yes, with the help of questions we are going to discuss. After studying about all the features, the next important concept is of biodiversity, under which we talk about taxonomy. What do you mean by biodiversity? Biodiversity simply means group of living organisms. Bio means living. Diversity means variation, variability. So different types of living organisms found on earth comprises your biodiversity. According to NCERT says, very important, NCERT says that according to 2004 report of IUCN, there are about 1.7 to 1.8 million species recorded so far. So according to IUCN 2004 report, 1.7 to 1.8 million species have been recorded so far. Correct? Moving ahead. Now, there are so many living organisms which are yet to be discovered. There are so many scientists who are dealing in with this, who are trying to discover the new organisms and to try to give them a recognition in the world. Those scientists are known as taxonomists. The father of taxonomy, the first person who brought this thing into light was Carolus Linnaeus. He is known as the father of taxonomy. He told people that there are so many organisms which are yet to be discovered. We can discover them and we can give them new recognition. Taxonomy is that branch of science. Father of taxonomy, remember students, Carolus Linnaeus. What is taxonomy? Taxonomy is the branch of science which deals with the principles and procedures of classification. It is done in 4 steps. CICN, characterization, identification, classification, and nomenclature. Now, characterization, identification can be done easily. Classification is done on the same basis. Coming to nomenclature, nomenclature simply means naming of organisms, right? So, naming of organism cannot be done like this. There has to be certain sets of rules and regulations to be followed for proper naming. And those rules and regulations were also proposed by Carolus Linnaeus himself, and this Carolus Linnaeus framed the sets of rule called as binomial nomenclature, right? So what is binomial nomenclature? Here from this section, question will be asked. So please focus on this. You should be aware about all the rules which comes under binomial nomenclature and how do you write the names. So I am writing one name. I want that. Now I am writing one name and I want that you all should tell me that whether have I written it correctly or not. Now, the most common name which I am writing according to the rules of nomenclature is, okay, I'll take more space, is Mangifera indica Linn. It is the most common scientific name which even NCERT uses is the Mangifera indica Linn. It is the scientific name of what? Mango. Now, this name I have written according to the rules of binomial nomenclature. How? Binomial nomenclature says that each organism should be represented by 2 names. 2 naming positions should be there, out of which the first one represents the generic name and the second represents specific epithet. Bi means 2. So generic name and specific epithet, right? Now, you know that the name should have 2 naming positions. These names are derived from Latin language. The origin of the name should be either Latin. If not, then they should be Latinized. Third, how to write. When it comes to writing, the first letter of the generic name has to be always in capital, remember, and the first letter of specific epithet has to be always in small, right? If they are printed in your books, then they should be printed in italics. But if these scientific names are handwritten, then Linnaeus said that both the names should be separately underlined as I have done, right? So this is how the scientific names have to be written, and this is all according to binomial nomenclature. You can also mention the name of the scientist who have discovered this at the end, and the name has to be written in what? In abbreviated manner. Like for example, this mango was discovered by Linnaeus himself. So his name I have written in abbreviated manner at the end. Linn. Correct? Yes? Yes or no? Okay. Very good. So this is Mangifera indica Linn, and this is how the binomial nomenclature rules were proposed by Linnaeus. It is very important. You should know this thing. Now, moving ahead with some more important concepts of this chapter. The first important concept was to understand the difference between defining and characteristic. Second important concept from this chapter was binomial nomenclature that we did. Moving ahead, the third important concept from this chapter is about the taxonomic categories. Right? Taxonomic categories. Taxonomic categories represents the rank on the basis of which you are going to classify your organisms. There are 7 obligate categories, and you should know them. That what are their names? The 7 obligate categories are from bottom to top. Species, right? Followed by genus, family, yes or no, order, class, phylum, which can also be written as kingdom, which can also be written as division if we are talking about plantae. And the topmost category of classification is kingdom. So how many categories are there? Yes, we will cover the questions as well. No need to worry, but first try to understand some basic concepts which will also help you to solve the questions, right? So concepts are equivalently important, and then solving question is also equivalently important. Now, the 7 obligate categories are written in front of you from lower to top. The lowest most category of classification, the basic unit of classification is species. The term species was given by John Ray. However, it was defined by Ernst Mayr. Correct? Now, according to the category of classification, okay, family and order. So this is your class, right? Okay, Gokul and Gokul, yes, surely. Okay, now as we go down, or rather I should say, because I have written in an opposite manner. So now as you go from species to kingdom level, the similarity among the organism decreases. So as you go from species to kingdom level, the similarity among the organisms decreases. Whereas if it is vice versa, that means when you go from kingdom to species, then the similarity among the organisms who are kept in the same category increases. And when you go from species to kingdom, then the similarity among the organisms belonging to the same category decreases. Correct? Yes or no? Okay, so these are the 7 obligate categories. Now you should know that if 2 organisms, they are kept in the same species, that means they share the maximum similarity, which is called as fundamental similarity. But 2 organisms who are kept in same kingdom and rest of their categories are not common, that means they are 2 most dissimilar organisms who can only be kept under one category, which is kingdom. Right? Okay, so this is about your taxonomic categories. Now, on the basis of taxonomic categories, there are 2 charts, one for plant kingdom, another for animal kingdom. It is given purely in your NCERT. You can surely revise it from there. The next important topic from this chapter is taxonomical aids. Taxonomical aids, my dear students, there are those tools and devices which help you to identify, which help you to study organism in a better and easy way. Taxonomical aids like herbarium, museum, parks, botanical gardens, these all are such organization where you can visit, right? Where you can visit and you can study the organism. So basically these taxonomical tools are made to make the taxonomy, the study of organisms, easy. And there are how many? Like there are herbarium, which is responsible, which is a storehouse for the dried, pressed and preserved plant specimens. Correct? Second is botanical gardens. Botanical gardens are one of the ex situ method of conservation where living plant specimens are conserved. Third, zoological parks. These are those ex situ method of so these are those ex situ method of conservation where the animals are conserved. Captive breeding is also performed in zoological parks. Correct? Fourth, museum. Museum is also what? Museum is also a taxonomical aid. You all must have visited two different museums. I remember in my school days, my principal and my teachers, they used to take us to visit museums, and at that time I used to find them very boring. That why to study those skeletons, those insect boxes, those stuffed big animals. But now when I am a teacher myself, I realize that the importance of museums and such botanical gardens and zoological park is so important. They keep you connected with your diversity. Yes or no? So let me tell you one thing. If you ever get an opportunity to visit museums and botanical gardens and zoological parks, then please, no need to say no, Papa, let's go to the mall, let's go for shopping. No, I should say, please visit to botanical gardens, zoological parks. They are of, they will keep you connected with your biodiversity, and that is very, very important when this is the scenario where we are actually practicing large scale of deforestation, hunting and poaching, etc. Correct? So if you really want to stay connected with your, okay, Pooja is saying I can read. She visited at Mysore. Very good, Pooja. So keep visiting that, and yes, okay, fine. So continuing. So these are all about the taxonomical aids. Now let's start with the question, which is the most important and awaited section for my all dear students. You all have been waiting so long for these questions. First question on the screen. Which of the following shows extrinsic growth? So first tell me, what do you mean by extrinsic growth? Extrinsic means external growth. What is extrinsic? It is actually an external growth. Correct? Okay, so I can see everybody is answering also. Very good, very good. Slow claps for you all. That means you already know. Tell me, ma'am, we already know. Tell me. Yes, very good, very good. So many answers. So literally slow claps for every student. Now, extrinsic growth is actually external growth which is exhibited by living organisms, by non-living organisms. And due to the presence of extrinsic growth, growth becomes a characteristic feature. Yes or no? Growth, why it is a characteristic feature? Because this growth can be exhibited by two, living as well as non-living. Living exhibits intrinsic growth, whereas non-living exhibits extrinsic growth. Extrinsic means only deposition of material on the surface. And remember, this type of growth is reversible in nature. It is reversible in nature. Like for example, let's go to the options. Snow mountains, bacteria, euglena, spirogyra. Leave A option. Remaining three are living organisms. They will only show intrinsic growth, internal growth, in terms of increase in mass and volume and size and number of the cells, except snow mountain. Mountain covered with snow. It is actually an example of extrinsic growth. Those who have answered this, get yourself +4. So, those who have answered this, please get yourself +4, and those who could not, 0, and those who considered marked answer wrong, -1 for them. And at the last, we will calculate our total marks. Correct? Okay, so very good. Kusum is telling me +4. So how many of you got +4? I think everybody must have got +4. Okay, very good. And at the last, yeah, Raj Lakshmi Varman, I can see Hero, somebody by the name Hero also. Wow, very good. Lavanya, and everybody got +4. Very good. Chalo, move ahead. Next question. Growth in living organisms occurs by. Growth in living organisms occurs by. First of all, you should know living organisms, they show only intrinsic growth. Intrinsic growth is a defining feature of all living organisms. Yes or no? Correct? Now, read the options and tell me that growth in living organisms occurs by. First, everybody is answering me. Very good, very good. यार तुम लोग तो बड़े इंटेलिजेंट हो. You people are so intelligent. What is the need of me? Okay, division of cells. Correct. Our body grow when our body cells divide. Correct. First statement is right. Second, increase in mass of the living structure. Absolutely correct. When our body size is going to increase, it is actually increasing in terms of mass as well as in term of number. Both these two are the twin character of growth. This is the first line of NCERT when you read growth. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 4. Both 1 and 3. So, very good, very good. Okay, those who have already done this, get yourself +4. And those who could not, I'm sorry for them, -1. Okay, Gokul +4, Karthik also 4, and so many students 4, yaar. Very good. Slow claps. Moving ahead. Next question. Which is not a feature of all living organism? Next question is, which is not the feature of all living organism? And your options are metabolism, cellular organization, self-consciousness, and consciousness. Okay, I can see Kriti Gupta she is the first one. Kriti Gupta is the first one today in the class to answer this question. Very good, Kriti. Okay, so first of all, my dear students, metabolism is also a defining feature. What is metabolism? Metabolism simply means the sum total of chemical reactions which are taking place in our body, right? Sum total of all the reactions, and it is a defining feature. So it is exhibited by all living organisms, not our answer. Second, cellular organization. You all know cell theory. Cell theory says all living organisms are made up of cells and product of cells. Yes or no? Okay, so cellular organization is also a defining property. Yes or no? Shrijan, sure, I will be there for motivating you always. So second is also cellular organization. Correct. It is a defining property which is exhibited by all living organisms, but it is not our answer. Consciousness. Consciousness means ability to respond to external stimuli, and it is also a defining property of all living organisms, be it plants, animals, humans, anybody. But if I talk about self-consciousness, self-consciousness means ability to distinguish between good and bad. This inner soul, see, whenever you go outside and you try to do something bad, then your inner soul will guide you that please don't do, this is not good. But someday you go and help a beggar, you give a 10 rupee note to a beggar, you automatically feel so happy. So why? Because there is somebody who tells you from inside that today you have done very good. That is self-consciousness, ability to distinguish between good and bad. And this is a defining property of only humans. Only we have the special power of self-consciousness. Correct? Hence, the answer of this question becomes 3. Those who have done it, +4. No, not done, -1. Okay, now moving ahead. Next question. Okay, next question says classification of organisms is required because. Why classification of organisms is required? What is the purpose of classifying organisms? Please read out the options. Number 1 option says it makes the study of organism easier and simple. Yes. Kanika Karan Jayashri, the first one. Yash Kriti Gupta, first one to answer correctly. Ayush, check your answer, my dear. Okay, so classification of organism is required because it makes the study of organisms easier and simple. Absolutely correct. There are so many organisms. How to study them together? When we will classify them into convenient categories, then only our answering will become easy. Then only study will become easy. Okay, so first option is correct, but let's see the remaining 3 as well. Second, it enables us to study geographical distribution of some organisms. No. No, ma'am. Why some organisms? All organisms. Classification is applicable for all organisms, yaar. Okay, second is wrong. Third, it makes the study of organisms complex. No, Baba. Why complex? It makes the study more simple and easy rather. Okay. Fourth, it leads to ambiguity. Ambiguity, if in simple terms I want to tell, some confusion. Not very clear. So does classification leads to ambiguity or it solves the ambiguity rather? So it solves the ambiguity. So this option is also wrong. Right? Yes or no? So the answer of this question becomes 1. Yash, Kriti and all those who have answered, please get yourself +4. Okay, Ujjwal, I can see, Gokul, Kusum and somebody who's already Medico, Pushpak. Very good. Okay, so here is your +4 marks. Moving ahead with the next question. Solanaceae is a. What is Solanaceae? Solanaceae, my dear student, is a family. It represents family of related genera like Petunia, Dhatura and your Solanum. So when different genera having some similar features, then they have to be kept in the same family. And Solanaceae is the family which keeps certain, certain genera like Solanum, Dhatura and Petunia together on the basis of their similar vegetative and floral characters. Correct? On the basis of similar vegetative and reproductive features, these 3 different genera, they are kept together. Very good, Shrijan. Okay, very good, everyone. So, what is Solanaceae? Options. Focus on the options. It's a single family of related genera. Correct. Which genera are kept in Solanaceae? Petunia, Dhatura, Solanum. And why are they kept in the same family? On the basis of their similar vegetative and reproductive features. Correct? So, it's a species name of potato? No, the potato species name is Solanum tuberosum. So second option is wrong. Third, taxon of similar genus like Allium and Colchicum? No, Allium and Colchicum, they belong to the same taxon, Liliaceae. So wrong. Local name of tomato? No, local name of tomato is tomato only. Wrong. Hence the answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you have understood this, and if yes, then you know what to do. You know, keep calculating. At the end I will ask all you people to tell me that what you have scored. So right now +4. Rafiq, which question, my dear? There's so many questions which are coming and I'm not looking on the board now. I'm also teaching. Yeah, I'm answering your questions as well. Rafiq, come on. Okay, moving ahead. Next question on your screen. In herbarium, actual finally preserved specimens of dash are systematically arranged. What is herbarium? Herbarium is again a taxonomical aid. What is herbarium? It is a taxonomical aid where dried, pressed and preserved sheets of plant specimens are preserved. You go to the garden, you collect the specimen, you keep under the newspaper or under the bed for few days. Once that plant specimens, it dries off, then there's a herbarium sheets available in the market. Then on those herbarium sheet, you simply place your specimen, give some little bit information about the specimen and keep it for future use, for quick referral system. So what is herbarium? It is a taxonomical aid for preserving plant specimens. क्या होगा आंसर? Yes, very good everybody. Okay, very good. Animals, no. Bacteria, no. Fungi, no. Answer becomes 2. Plants. Very good. So answer of this question is 2. Those who have done +4 marks. Okay, before moving ahead, I have one student who is angry on me and I don't like this thing. Rafiq, I'll tell what is the difference between consciousness and self-consciousness. Consciousness is ability to sense the environment. Like if you touch the leaves of Mimosa pudica, it is going to droop down. That is consciousness. If there is a hot vessel in the kitchen, you don't know, you touch it, then suddenly you remove your hand. That is consciousness, right? But this property of consciousness is exhibited by all living organisms, be it plants, animals, unicell, multicelled, all living organisms. However, self-consciousness is slightly different. Self-consciousness means ability to understand between what is good and what is bad. When your inner soul is speaking to you, right? So that is self-consciousness, and self-consciousness is only exhibited by humans. So when question comes, what is consciousness? It is the defining property of all organisms. Self-consciousness, it is only the defining property of humans. Clear? Yes, very good everyone. Okay, moving ahead. Next question. Herbarium sheets provide information about. Herbarium sheets, they provide information about what? So there are big herbarium sheets with some standard size, right? You go to any stationery, you ask for क्या कहते हैं herbarium sheets, they are easily going to provide you, and on those herbarium sheets, here you keep your specimen, and on the right hand side corner there is some space where you provide some information, and on those herbarium sheets the information is the date and place of collection, the date when you collected and from where you collected your specimen. So right, you have to mention date and place of collection along with the scientific name, as well as you can also add local name of the specimen you have collected and their family. Suppose this is a wheat plant that I have collected. So from where I have collected and the date of collection I will mention its scientific name along with its local name, that is vernacular name or English name, and the family to which it belongs. So these are certain things, little bit information that you provide on all herbarium sheets. Now let's come back to the options. Number 1, place from where? Animal specimen. Do herbarium have animals? No, bhai. Wrong. Second, place and date on which plant specimens were collected. Correct. Everybody is answering. Very good. Third, only botanical names of the plant specimens. No. Along with botanical names, date, place, family, all things you have to mention. So third statement also becomes wrong. Fourth, date, place and local name of acellular organism. Is it correct? No, wrong. Hence, the answer of this question becomes, as you all are telling me, 2. So yes, answer of this question is 2. Those who have done this, please award yourself with +4 marks. Right? Yes or no? So that is called as your +4. Please keep on calculating. At last, I will ask you all that how many marks you have got. Okay, moving ahead. Oh, so yes, living world is finally done. I hope you all enjoyed with first chapter, living world. Now we are moving ahead with the second chapter, very important chapter, that is biological classification. Now if I talk about biological classification, my dear students, then this chapter is simply the continuation of your second chapter. Sorry, the first chapter, living world. In living world, you have realized that what is living? You have differentiated between living and non-living. Correct? Okay. But now in this chapter, you are going to learn all these different kingdoms of classification. Correct? So in biological classification, we are going to see different kingdoms of classification, and one by one, all these kingdoms independently and individually. So initially when the classification system came, the first classification was proposed by Carolus Linnaeus. It was 2-kingdom classification. After that came 3-kingdom classification by Haeckel, and he coined the term Protista. Then came 4th classification kingdom, 4-kingdom classification, which was proposed by Copeland. He established kingdom Monera. And then came the 5th kingdom, which is your fungi, and those 5-kingdom classification was given by R.H. Whittaker. Very good, Ayush. Very good, Gokul. They all are telling me their marks. Hello, Swang Siddha. Yeah, hi. Yeah. Yes, Manish. Okay, so there are 5 kingdoms in all, but then came Carl Woese. Carl Woese was the scientist who realized that this kingdom Monera is having some deviations. So he actually, on basis of certain features, he divided this kingdom into 2. Kingdom Archaea and kingdom Eubacteria. So today actually, if I follow 6-kingdom classification, then there are 6 kingdoms. But however, NCERT is little bit primitive now, so it is still on the 5-kingdom side only. And with this, Shrijan, okay, and let's start further. I will not delay myself. I'll directly come to the questions. I hope you all are enjoying that. Okay, key, I have some questions the students are asking. Let me tell you. Okay, key, monograph and catalog. Fine, I got 3 questions from Living World. First, I'll answer them, and then I'll come back to biological classification questions. First, what is key? First of all, beta, you have to only remember 4 points when it comes to key. Right? You only have to remember 4 points when it comes to key. First, key are analytical in nature. Second, key are used to identify organisms, either plants or animals, on the basis of their similarity and dissimilarity. Third, each character in a lead is represented by 2 contrasting statements called as couplet, and each statement is called as lead. Only 4 things if you remember, Ujjwal and all other students, then your problem will be solved. Right? Okay, what is monograph? Monograph is that type of taxonomical aid where complete information on a given taxon is provided. Complete information on any one taxon is monograph. Catalog is simply complete listing of all the organisms, species found in your given area. That complete listing. Suppose I am living in an area where 10 species are found. Be it plants or animals. So if I mention them, if I list all those species found in my given area and with little bit information about them, then it will be called as catalog. Correct? Okay. Coming to the question from biological classification. See, number 1. Which of the following statement is wrong for fungi? I can see many of them are asking. Okay, they are eukaryotic. Yes, ma'am, they are eukaryotic. R.H. Whittaker removed kingdom members of fungi from kingdom Plantae and established itself as an independent kingdom on the basis of mode of nutrition. Kingdom fungi consist of all multicellular eukaryotic organisms. So, first statement is correct. Second, all fungi possess purely cellulosic cell wall. No, fungi, they have, very good everybody, they have chitinous cell wall. Chitin is a polysaccharide of NAG sugar. NAG stands for N-acetyl-glucosamine, and this chitin is made up of number of NAG units which join together. So basically you can say chitin is a homopolymer of NAG. Correct? However, the most primitive group of fungi, Oomycetes, its cell wall is made up of cellulose. Very good, Ujjwal. Okay, so you can write this thing. There is one exception in fungi. What is that exception? Oomycetes, the primitive most group of fungi. Their cell wall is cellulosic. Their cell wall is cellulosic, no doubt, but not of all fungi. Generally, chitinous, exception, Oomycetes. Right? So, second becomes your answer. This is the wrong statement. So, those who have answer 2 can award yourself with how many marks? Plus 4 marks. Yes. So, please award yourself. Bilkul option 2 ही इसका answer होगा. And those who have answered it, now let's move ahead. Yes, plus 4. Next question. Methanogens belong to. What are methanogens? Methanogens, my dear student. Ayush, thank you for your concern. So, what are methanogens? Methanogens are methane producers. If I decode this term, then these are those organisms who can produce methane producers. These are specifically placed under kingdom Archaebacteria. These are those bacteria who can survive under extreme environmental conditions. They have unique cell wall, they have unique cell membrane. They can be found in extreme environmental conditions, like they can live in the ruminants of gut. They are majorly found in marshy areas that are rich in methane. Correct? Okay, so methanogens, they belong to, I have already told you, are they eubacteria? Eu means true bacteria? No. Are they dinoflagellates? No. Are they slime molds? No. They are rather Archaebacteria. And everybody, very good Manoj, very good. The answer is 2. So those who have done this can award yourself with plus 4 marks. Yes, correct, Lishmba, whatever. Yeah. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Select the wrong statement. So, in front of you, you have 4 statements and you have to tell which among them is wrong. First, the walls of diatoms. It is with respect to diatoms. The statements are with respect to diatoms. Number 1, the walls of diatoms are easily destructible. Can we destruct them? No. Why? Even when diatoms, they die na, bachcho, they cannot be easily decomposed. Rather, they settle down on the seabed. Why? Because their cell wall is siliceous. They have silica deposition in their cell wall, and the silica is indestructible chemical. Even if diatoms they die, their body do not decompose, and as a result they settle down on the base of the seabed, forming diatomaceous earth. Forming diatomaceous earth, which is of great economic importance. So first statement itself becomes wrong, but let's read our remaining 3 options as well. It's our duty. Diatomaceous earth is formed by the cell wall of diatoms. Absolutely correct. Diatoms are chief producers, बिल्कुल सही है. Diatoms are aquatic protistians. They have photosynthetic pigments. They can perform photosynthesis. They are free floating organisms. Hence, they also are chief producers in the ocean. It is the line from NCERT. And you should remember all these lines. Correct. Last, diatoms are microscopic. Yes. Why? Because they are unicellular. They are unicellular eukaryotic organisms and they float passively on water. Why? Because they lack flagella. They do not have flagella. That is why they simply float on the surface of water. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you all have understood this. If done, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Okay, very good, Mushtaq. Yes, very good, Nikhit. Now let's move ahead with the next. Oh my God, some great question is there on the screen. Okay. There is some great question on the screen. Let's see which of the following matches is correct. Now, whole big, the whole big screen is given and with full chart is being presented in front of you. Tell me, what will be the answer of this question? Now, first, agaricus, which is commonly called as mushroom, right? Is it a parasitic fungus? Mushrooms, my dear, they are edible. You can eat them. So can they be parasitic? No. They belong to Basidiomycetes. Correct. Second, Phytophthora infestans, which is responsible for causing late blight of potato. It possesses aseptate mycelium. Correct, because it is a lower fungi. It belongs to Oomycetes. Basidiomycetes, wrong, because it is a member of the most primitive group of fungi, Oomycetes. Moving ahead, Alternaria solani, which causes early blight of potato. It's a fungus which causes disease. It is a member of Deuteromycetes. Correct. And if it is a member of Deuteromycetes, that means truly sexual reproduction will be absent. So this is also correct. So third becomes your absolutely correct matching, where Alternaria does not show sexual reproduction and it is a member of Deuteromycetes. Very good. Yes. So third becomes the answer of this question. Hope you have understood this. And if yes, very good, Manoj. Award yourself with +4 marks. Okay, very good, Gokul, very good, Rajalakshmi. And yes, that is why Deuteromycetes, they are also known as fungi imperfecti. Moving ahead. Next question on your screen. Next question says, Archaebacteria differ from eubacteria in. Now, I was already telling you. Let's see this thing. Carl Woese, he was studying certain characters in the members of kingdom Monera. Then he found that there are two distinct groups in the same kingdom who even does not have basic similarities. Thus, Carl Woese, on the basis of those features, he decided to separate kingdom Monera into two kingdoms. Those two are kingdom Archaea and kingdom Eubacteria. Now, what were those features? क्या थे वो features जिनकी basis पे Carl Woese decided to divide kingdom Monera? The first and foremost features were 16S rRNA gene sequencing. So Carl Woese performed 16S rRNA gene sequencing, on the basis of which he divided the kingdom Monera into two. Apart from this, he also then what he did, apart from studying 16S rRNA gene sequencing, he also found that their plasma membrane structure, that is their cell membrane structure, is also different. Normally, plasma membrane is represented by what? Lipid bilayer. However, in case of kingdom archaea, the plasma membrane is represented by lipid monolayer, right? Vrushali, you are trying to woo me. She's saying she's eating besan ka laddu. Why are you doing this with me, yaar? Vrushali, why are you doing this to me? Okay, fine. So plasma membrane structure, cell membrane structure is also different in these two, as well as the cell wall composition is also different. Okay, so on the basis of 16S rRNA gene sequencing, on the basis of cell membrane structure, as well as on the basis of cell wall composition, Carl Woese divided kingdom Monera into two, that is kingdom Archaea and kingdom Eubacteria. Okay, now let's see the question and let's try to solve. First, cell membrane structure, absolutely correct. Mode of nutrition, no. Both Archaebacteria and Eubacteria, they show diversity in terms of nutrition. They can be decomposers, parasitic, saprophytic, etc. So mode of nutrition is same. Cell shape is also the same as normally. They can be either of four shapes. So shape is also not a criteria of difference. Fourth, mode of reproduction. All bacteria, they reproduces asexually by fission method. Remember students, bacteria, they do not show true sexual reproduction. They do not involve gamete formation or fusion. नहीं होता उनमें. Bacteria में true sexual reproduction नहीं होता. They only reproduce by fission method, be it archaea or eubacteria. Right? So this is also wrong. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 1. That on what basis Archaebacteria differs from Eubacteria? I have already told you the 3 major reasons, and thus the answer becomes 1. Now, those who have done, please award yourself with 4 marks. Okay, Shrijan. See, students. See, listen to me. I'll read all your doubts. Shrijan, ma'am, fungi के different spores कैसे याद करने हैं? बस कुछ, you don't have to do. Shrijan, just remember there are 2 types of spores produced in fungi: mitospores, asexual spores, meiospores, or sexual spores. In mitospores, just remember the name. If you're not able to do anything, just remember the name: zoospore, conidia, and sporangiospore. That's it. Right? And read the lines of NCERT. What is given in NCERT, just try to remember that. Nothing extra. If you have something extra, leave it aside. Only remember what is given in your NCERT. That's it. Nothing extra. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Next question says, which pair of the following belongs to Basidiomycetes? Right. So, which of the following belongs to Basidiomycetes? Basidiomycetes is one of the higher group of fungi. Fungi, my dear students, on the basis of sporulation, mycelium structure, fruiting body, habit and habitat, on such grounds, fungi are divided into 5 groups: Oomycetes, Zygomycetes, Ascomycetes, Basidiomycetes, and Deuteromycetes. Out of which Oomycetes and Zygomycetes are the primitive one, whereas Asco, Basidio, and Deutero are the higher groups of fungi. Here we are talking about the examples of Basidiomycetes. Let's try to see. First, Morchella and mushroom. Yes, everybody is giving me the answer. Very good, very good. I can see. Morchella and mushroom. So, my dear students, mushroom is a member of Basidiomycetes, correct? But what about Morchella? No. So, 1 cannot be the answer. Second, bird's net fungi and puffball, both are the members of Basidiomycetes. right? So they both are the members of Basidiomycetes. If I talk about puffball and claviceps, then claviceps is a member of Ascomycetes. They both are the member of Basidiomycetes. Puffball is the member of Basidiomycetes. Last option, Pezziza and stinkhorns. Stinkhorns are Basidio, but if I talk about Pezziza, then Pezziza is a coprophilous fungi which grows on cow dung. Yes, very good, Anshu. It grows Pezziza. It grows on cow dung. It's a coprophilous fungi which belongs to Ascomycetes. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. Those who have done it correctly, please award yourself with plus 4 marks. Okay, very good. Okay, so now let's move ahead with the next question. The next question says, maximum nutritional diversity is exhibited by which group? Now, tell me, there are so many kingdoms written in front of you. Which among the following shows? Okay, no issues though to those who have got -1. That is okay, but it happens. Sometimes you also score -1, but that's not that big issue. It happens. Coming to this. Now, tell me, maximum nutritional diversity is exhibited by which group? Everybody is answering me. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Monera, Plantae, fungi, Animalia. Now, my dear students, Monera, they are only one type of, if I talk about, Plantae, then Plantae, they only show one type of nutrition, which is autotrophic. All members of Plantae, they are producers, they can prepare their own food, they are only autotrophs. Now, moving ahead, second, fungi, they are purely heterotrophs. They can be either saprophytes, right, or they can be decomposers. They are purely heterotrophs. Same goes for animals. Animals are also purely heterotrophs. We cannot prepare our own food. But if I talk about Monera, Monerans shows maximum diversity when it comes in terms of nutrition, right? If I talk about Monera, then they show maximum diversity in terms of nutrition. How? Monerans can be both. Some bacteria can be autotrophic, rather majority can be heterotrophic. In autotrophic also, some bacteria can prepare their food by using light as a source of energy, called as photolithoautotrophs. And some bacteria can prepare their own food by using chemical as a source of energy, called as chemolitho. Chemolitho means like your nitrosomonas and nitrococcus, your nitrifying bacteria. They are chemolitho bacteria. They are chemolithoautotrophic bacteria. If I talk about heterotrophs, then some bacteria can be decomposers, some can be saprophytic, some can be parasitic, etc. So, Monerans, they exhibit greatest diversity when it comes to mode of nutrition. This question was asked in the year, I think 2011, or I think in the year 2012. So, this question I have taken it from there, and yes, surely the answer becomes 1. So, those who have scored it and have mentioned the correct answer, get yourself +4. Getting it? Yes or no? Chlorella, my dear students, Shrijan. Chlorella is a unicellular green algae. It's not a protestian or fungi. Rather, Chlorella is a unicellular green algae. Yeah, you can keep it in the kingdom Protista because being unicellular eukaryotic. The positioning of Chlorella and Chlamydomonas is slightly confusing. Usually we keep them under kingdom Plantae, but they being unicellular eukaryote, they has to be kept in Protista, right, along with Chlamydomonas. Now, how many of you have scored? Okay, Akshay, welcome to the class in that case. Okay, so how many of you have scored this correct? +4. Yes, yes. Very good. Now moving ahead. Okay, so finally we are done with the second chapter as well, biological classification. Okay, yeah, Akshay, welcome, welcome. Now, I can see Dakshyani has some... See, Dakshyani, I'll revise the concepts, but while teaching, while discussing the questions have been framed in such a way that I will discuss the concept behind each and every question. So you just listen to the questions, try to answer them. If you're not able to answer, then please listen to the concepts behind them. Right? And then again you try to solve the questions, things will become very easy. See, Dakshyani and other students, I realize that teaching everything, it's a marathon. We have to cover the entire syllabus of class 11th and 12th. So it is going to become very difficult if I start teaching you each and every small things. But yes, for that I can tell you one thing, that there are some one-shot videos coming on daily basis for botany. Those one-shot videos will surely help you, Dakshyani. Just, क्या कहते हैं उसको? Set a into 2 into 3 mode, you can set them and listen to those one-shot videos. If you have any doubts, please write in the comment box. I will surely reply to all students. Right? Shrijan also, and all those students who are telling me this thing. One-shot videos are coming on daily basis. So far, I have given till cell cycle. So yes, you all can go and watch there. And if you find any trouble, yes, you are always there to ask me. Moving ahead, plant kingdom. First question. Chalo, come on, answer. Yes, Sumit, same here. Okay. Now, conifers are adapted to tolerate extreme environmental conditions because of... What are the reasons that why conifers are able to live under extreme environmental conditions? Now, first of all, you should know what are conifers. What are conifers? They are the members of, thank you Ujjwal, they are the members of kingdom, or they are the members of group gymnosperms. Under kingdom Plantae, there comes phanerogams. Under phanerogams, there come gymnosperms and angiosperms, and the subclassification of gymnosperms. These are the advanced kind of gymnosperms called conifers. See, when you go to hilly areas now, when you go towards Darjeeling and your Shimla and all, then the structure of tree changes. The tree, they start become conical in shape. So those conical shaped trees, like your Christmas tree as well, those are actually called as conifers. Right? So conifers are those trees who exhibit triangular, like this. Trees in this shape are called as conifers. Right? Now, this type of habit, this shape, triangular in shape, is known as excurrent habit. This is known as excurrent habit, having a conical shape. Some examples of conifers are like pinus. The most common example, Orocaria, your Christmas trees, Orocaria, Pinus, Ephedra. These are some examples of conifers. Now, usually these conifers, my dear students, thank you Nitin. So, these conifers, they are usually found in hilly areas, correct? Now, hilly areas, my dear students, they show xerophytic conditions. Why? Water is there, but the water is present in the form of ice. Hence, the condition over there is xerophytic. Water is there, but that water cannot be utilized by the plants, as major water is present in the form of ice. So, water is there, but still xerophytic conditions prevail in the hilly areas where conifers grow. That becomes an extreme environmental conditions. So, question says, conifers are adapted to tolerate extreme. What is the extreme condition? They grow under xerophytic xerophytic conditions, where water concentration is less. It is usually present in unavailable form. Now, what are the adaptations, my dear students? Okay, so now can you tell me that what are the grounds on which xerophytic plants, what are the adaptations shown by xerophytic plants? First, they will have thick cuticle. Second, they will have sunken stomata. Third, their leaves will be reduced to spines just to avoid loss of transpiration, just to avoid loss of water due to transpiration. Now, coming to the question. First, broad hardy leaves. Will they have big size leaves? No, rather their leaves will be reduced to spines. So, first option becomes wrong. Second, superficial stomata. No, they will rather have deep sunken stomata. Second option wrong. Third, very good everyone. Nikita, very good. They will surely have thick cuticle. Thick cuticle will avoid the loss of water due to transpiration, and this is one of the xerophytic adaptations, and this is one of the extreme environmental conditions under which conifers they grow. Hence, third becomes the answer. Now, how many of you have literally answered this question? Then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Which of the following statement is wrong? Which statement is wrong with respect to algae? 4 options are given with respect to algae. You have to tell that which statement is correct or which statement is wrong. Okay, first, algae increases the level of dissolved oxygen in the immediate environment. Is this true? Yes, ma'am. Why it is true? Because algae, they are autotrophic organism. They will prepare. Okay, very good, Shibi. Shibi, very good. Okay, so now algae, they are autotrophic organisms, right? They will perform photosynthesis, and if they will perform photosynthesis, that means they are going to release oxygen, and then the oxygen concentration in their immediate environment is surely going to rise up, right? Correct. Second, algin. Algin, bachcho, it's a hydrocolloid. Remember, the two groups of algae, that is Phaeophyceae and Rhodophyceae, they are marine organisms. They live in marine water where usually there are high currents, right? So to protect these small organisms from big tides, these brown algae and red algae, they produce hydrocolloids. Hydrocolloids, they simply protect the algae from those high current of water. Algin is one of the hydrocolloid produced by brown algae, whereas red algae, they produces hydrocolloid like carrageenan and agar-agar, right? So what the second statement says? Algin is produced by red algae. No, rather it is produced by Phaeophyceae, brown algae, whereas carrageenan, which is also used as solidifying agent. Very good notes, wala. Carrageenan is obtained from red algae. Can you tell me the name? Students, can you tell me the name of red algae through which we obtain carrageenan? Yes, very good. We obtain it from Chondrus crispus. Chondrus is the red algae through which we obtain carrageenan, and it is one of the hydrocolloid which can be used as solidifying agent. Very good everybody. Yeah, it's Chondrus. Very good, Divya. Shrijan, not to worry. Okay, third, agar-agar is obtained from Gelidium and Gracilaria. Correct. These two are red algae which are very good source of agar-agar, and agar-agar is also a solidifying agent used for making ice creams and jellies. Correct. Fourth, laminaria and sargassum. These two are the brown algae which are very good source of food as well. So this is also correct. So which one is the wrong statement? Second is the wrong statement, and hence the answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you all have understood, and ma'am, really Ujjwal. Okay, so second is absolutely wrong statement. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. And please award yourself with +4 marks if you have marked so. Very good. Safikur, Gokul, Abhi Agarwal, okay, Vansh Sharma, and Palabamin. I'm not able to read your names. Yeah, so +4 to those who have marked answer as B. Right, now moving ahead. Next question. Select the correct statement. Again, you are having 4 statements with respect to gymnosperms and you have to tell me which is correct and which is wrong. First statement says the leaves of gymnosperms are not well adapted to extreme conditions. Abhi to kiya. Last to last question was on this basis only. The leaves of gymnosperms, specifically conifers, which grow under xerophytic conditions, their leaves are reduced to spines. They have thick cuticle, deep sunken stomata. So, their leaves are well adapted. Right? So, first statement is wrong. It is not correct. Second, gymnosperms can be both homosporous and heterosporous. My dear students, gymnosperms are only heterosporous. That means they only produce 2 types of spores on meiosis, some small sized spores and some big sized spores. Small sized spores called microspore, which later develop into male gametophyte, and some large sized spores called megaspores, which later develop into female gametophyte. Correct? So this statement is wrong. Why? Because gymnosperms are not homosporous. Correct. Third statement. Salvinia, ginkgo pinus, all are gymnosperms? No. Salvinia is a pteridophyte. Only ginkgo and pinus. Ginkgo is one of the living fossil belonging to group ginkgogales of gymnosperm, and pinus belongs to coniferales. So this statement is also wrong. Now last. So first 3 all statements are wrong. Very good. Everybody is also already answering me. Yeah. Fourth, sequoia is one of the tallest tree. Bilkul sahi. Sequoia, commonly known as redwood tree, is one of the tallest tree. So yes, fourth becomes the answer. Now, when fourth is the answer and those who have marked 4D, award yourself with +4 marks. Okay. Yes, some students are asking me, ma'am, what is your good name? How many of you don't know my name? Tell me. How many of you don't know my name? My name is Ayushi Agarwal. You don't know? Okay, chalo, moving ahead. Next question. Now, which one is a wrong statement? Which one is a wrong statement? So, you have 4 statements in front of you. No worry, Ayush. 4 statements in front of you. You have to tell which among the 4 is wrong. Yes. Okay. So, which among the 4 statement is wrong? Number 1. Brown algae have chlorophyll A, C and fucoxanthin. Absolutely correct. Why? Because brown algae is commonly called as phaeophyceae. They are also autotrophic and they have the presence of photosynthetic pigment like what? Like chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, not chlorophyll B, sorry. They have chlorophyll A, chlorophyll C and a xanthophyll called fucoxanthin. Fucoxanthin, my dear, is actually brown colored. It is brown in color and this fucoxanthin actually imparts brown coloration to the algae. Right? So brown algae have chlorophyll A, C and fucoxanthin. Fucoxanthin is brown in color and that is why it is called as brown algae. More amount of fucoxanthin, more deep will be the coloration. Second, Archegonia found in all. Archegonia, my dear students, is the female gametophyte. Archegonia is the female gametophyte which is found in bryophytes, pteridophytes and gymnosperms. However, when it comes to angiosperms, the archegonia, the terminology is replaced from archegonia to embryo sac. So let me write it over here so that you can remember in future as well. In angiosperms, instead of archegonia, the female gametophyte is known as embryo sac. So yes, in case of angiosperms, the female gametophyte is replaced by the term embryo sac. Otherwise, for female gametophyte in plant kingdom, we use the term archegonia. So this statement is right. Third, mucor has biflagellate zoospores. Right? Mucor means what? Mucor is a fungi that belongs to Zygomycetes. And remember students, Zygomycetes, they do not produce biflagellate zoospores. Rather, they asexually reproduce by sporangiospores. They produce non-motile sporangiospores for their asexual reproduction. In case of Zygomycetes, there is no production of biflagellate zoospores. They do not have asexual spores as zoospores. Rather, they have non-motile sporangiospores. So this statement becomes wrong. Very good, Srajan. Right. Fourth, haploid endosperm is the feature of gymnosperm. Absolutely correct. Why? Because in gymnosperms, their formation of endosperm is a pre-fertilization event. Correct? Before fertilization, from haploid cell, endosperm develops. Therefore, in case of gymnosperms, endosperm is haploid. So this statement is also correct. Okay, so thus the answer of this question becomes 3. Those who could not answer this question, not to worry. There is one video on plant kingdom, one short video I have recorded on plant kingdom. You can go and watch that video full. All those students who are commenting, then please, those who could not answer this question, then please go watch that one short video. It will hardly take some time. Whenever you get free, all these concepts I have very clearly explained in them. So yes, here it is difficult for me to explain each and everything. You also know. Do you know this thing that ma'am has little bit time issue? We have to deal in with all chapters. So ma'am really have time issues. But yes, I can help you with all my one shot videos. Right. Okay. Moving ahead. Next question. Read the following 5 statements and select option with all correct statements. Now, here, my dear students, it's a multiple choice question. This question is a MCQ. So here in this question, you will find you will find more than one option correct. It's just a multiple choice question. It's some extra only which I have added to just check your knowledge, right? Okay, chalo. So first, mosses and lichens are the first organisms to colonize a bare rock. Absolutely correct. Why? Because mosses and lichens, they are used in primary succession. They are the pioneer communities. Thank you, Anu. Thank you for answering them. Okay, so mosses and lichens, they are the pioneer organisms who perform primary succession. Suppose there's a completely bare rock. There was a volcano that got erupted. All the lava came out and it got cooled down. Now that lava has become a rock. It has cooled down, it has become a rock. Now, if on that rock some organism starts growing, then that is known as primary succession. And the first organism to colonize such bare rock are mosses and lichens. So, mosses and lichens are basically the pioneer organisms to perform primary succession. To perform primary succession. Correct? Second, Selaginella. So first statement is right. Second, Selaginella is a homosporous pteridophyte. No. Selaginella, my dear students, it is a heterosporous pteridophyte. Selaginella on meiosis produces two types of spores. One big sized, another small sized. The big sized spores, megaspores, that develop into female gametophyte, and small sized spores, microspores, that develop into female gametophyte. Abhi, I am just replying to you as well. Thank you for calling me your sister. Thank you, brother. Abhi, thank you so much. Why you are getting angry, my dear? Okay, chalo, moving ahead. So, Selaginella is a heterosporous pteridophyte. So, this statement becomes wrong. Third, coralloid roots, do they have VAM? Coralloid roots of Cycas. Vinay Chaudhary, hi, how are you? Okay, so now, coralloid roots in Cycas have VAM. VAM is actually a type of mycorrhiza, endomycorrhiza. Full form is vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. My dear student, Cycas, they form symbiotic association. They form symbiotic association with Anabina and Nostoc. Correct? They form symbiotic association with Anabina or Nostoc, but they do not form mycorrhiza. Formation of mycorrhiza is a feature of Pinus, not of Cycas. Cycas simply forms symbiotic association with Nostoc or Anabina for nitrogen fixation. So in coralloid roots of Cycas, there is no fungi, rather there are cyanobacteria. Clear? So third statement becomes wrong. Fourth, main plant in bryophyte is gametophytic, whereas it is in pteridophytes, it is sporophytic. So this statement is also correct. Hence A and D, first and fourth, both are correct. How many of you could answer and collect that which two statements are correct from this question? First and fourth. Okay, so first and fourth, both the statements are correct, and those who have marked both the statements, please get yourself with +4. Right? Chalo, moving ahead. Oh, happy. Okay, plant kingdom questions are also done and dusted. So please tell me how many of you have really done nice till here. How many marks all you have scored till here? Okay, yes. Yes, Ujjwal. Okay, so please calculate and let me know. The first 3 chapters are done. How many of you have scored? Thank you, Srijan. Okay, now let's proceed. VAM is vesicular arbuscular mycorrhiza. It is a endomycorrhiza basically, where fungi enters inside the root cells, right, to form association. Now, moving ahead. The first question, very good. Somebody is saying only one incorrect. Yes, very good. 58, 48. Wah, very good, yaar. है ना? चलो, बहुत ही अच्छे. Absolutely correct. Now, moving ahead with questions of morphology. The first question of morphology is the term polyadelphous is related to. Chalo, try to answer this question and then I will explain. The term polyadelphous is related to. Poly means many. Adelphous means bundles. Poly means many and adelphous means bundles. This terminology we use it for androecium. Yes. Very good, Srijan. Okay. Yes, second is the correct answer. Very good. Everybody is replying. Now, Josh aa gaya bhai. Why are you all going like this? It's only till the 4th. We have only reached the 4th chapter. I want Josh, yaar. Yeah, I'll drink water. But I want Josh. Come on, students, show me some Josh. How's the Josh? Say hi, yaar. Do something. Tell me. Students, see, I want that you go. Only 300 students are watching, yaar. What is this? I'm doing it for you, and only 300 students are currently watching. Go and call your friends as well to join the session. Yeah, I want more number of students, yaar. Only I can see only 300 and some number of students are there. Yeah, come on. Don't do this to me. I want more number of students. Right? Okay. Yeah, no break. No break. Till we don't complete class 11th, no break. And then we'll take one break and then we'll try to complete whole class 12th. Okay. Very good. Yes, chalo. Coming back to the topic. So, the term polyadelphous is related to. Polyadelphous means many bundles of stamens. So that this terminology is related to androecium. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. If you have done this, then yes, you can award yourself with +4 marks. Are you all getting +4? Okay, chalo, let's move ahead. Next question on your screen. Tough one. This question is tough one and I want some good answers from you all. How many plants among Indigofera, Sesbania, Salvia, Allium, Aloe, Mustard, Groundnuts also have stamens with different length in their flowers? So my dear students, you have to tell me among the given examples that how many of them are having stamens but of different length. Usually stamens are of equal length, but there are some families like Lamiaceae, Brassicaceae, in which the length of stamen is not same. In case of Lamiaceae, in case of Brassicaceae, the length of stamen is not same. Right? Chalo, then let's try to see the question. Indigofera. Indigofera is a member of Leguminosae where the length of the stamen is same. So this is not. Second, Sesbania. Sesbania is also a member of Leguminosae. The length of the stamen is not correct. Is not variable. It is same. Second. Third, Salvia. NCERT writes Salvia shows variation in the length of the stem. So first, Allium, Aloe, both are the members of Liliaceae. Liliaceae do not have variation in their length of stamens. They have equal stamens. Next, Mustard, Brassicaceae. Groundnut, Fabaceae, Leguminosae. No. Radish, Brassicaceae. Yes. Gram, Leguminosae. No. Turnip, Brassicaceae. Yes. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So out of the given examples, the 4 are the ones whose stamens will show variation in their length. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. How many were you able to do this? 2. See, 2, how many were able to mark? If yes, then just award yourself with +4 marks. I want you all to award yourself with +4 marks. Chalo, moving ahead. Next question. Radial symmetry is found in the flowers of. Radial symmetry means when a flower can be divided into 2 equal halves from any plane. You cut a flower from any plane, vertical, lateral, horizontal, from wherever you cut them, your flower will always get divided into 2 equal halves. That symmetry is known as radial symmetry. Other term for radial is actinomorphic. Actinomorphic. Radial या फिर actinomorphic, and it is denoted by symbol plus in a bracket. Right? Now, coming to the options. Very good. Yes, very good everybody. Brassica belonging to Brassicaceae. They show actinomorphic flowers. Brassica, my dear, they have 4 petals. And from like this, they have 4 petals which are arranged in cross-like manner. That is why the Brassicaceae family is also known as Cruciferaceae family, because their corolla, it's arranged in cross-like manner. Hence, they show radial symmetry. But if I talk about Trifolium, Pisum and Cassia, the remaining 3 examples, their flower, they show zygomorphy, which is bilateral symmetry. Right? And it is denoted by symbol percentage. What is bilateral symmetry? Bilateral symmetry means when your flower can be divided into 2 equal halves from any one plane, not from all planes. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you understood this question. If yes, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Very good, Swang. Yeah, very good, Vishal. Oh, Manoj, why -1? No, you're saying answer is 1. Correct, Manoj. Anish, my dear student, this is a English medium channel, so I have to speak in English. Okay, moving ahead. Next question. Free central placentation is found in. Now, first I am going to tell you that what is free central. Free central is one of the type of placentation where the ovules are arranged freely in the center of the ovary. See, free central placentation. This is the ovary wall. There are no locules. The ovary. This is the ovary wall, also called as fruit wall. And this is your ovary. And this is the chamber of the ovary. There are no locules, there are no partitions. Simply placenta is present in the center around which ovules are born freely. So free central means freely ovules are present in the center, and free central placentation is observed in case of dianthus and primrose. So you have to remember these 2 examples, dianthus and primrose. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 1. Yes, very good, dude issue. Okay, Hania, very good. Now, Argemone, Brassica and Citrus, they do not show free central placentation. If I talk about Argemone and Brassica, then my dear student, they show parietal placentation. However, it's not needed. You should know that dianthus and primrose, these are the 2 ones which show free central placentation. Okay, for those who have marked it correct, please award yourself with +4 marks. Moving ahead with the next question. So matching. Okay, so you are given 2 columns in front of you, column 1 and column 2. You just have to match them. Will you do this? Chalo, do it. Matching. In A column, number 1, pistils, they are fused together. Now, pistils, when they are fused together, that condition is known as syncarpus. So match A with 3. If pistils, they are free, then that condition is known as apocarpus, like lotus and rose. And if they are fused, then that condition is known as syncarpus. Second, formation of gametes. This process of formation of gametes is known as gametogenesis. So please mark B with 1. Third, hyphae of higher ascomycetes. Higher ascomycetes means if they have gone under sexual reproduction, then first of all, ascomycetes, my dear students, they produce septate hyphae. They have septate and branched hyphae, which can be either monokaryotic or dikaryotic. So you can match C with 4. Unisexual female flower is known as pistillate. right? And if the option would have been unisexual male flower, तो क्या कहते? तब हम कहते staminate. So in unisexuality there are two types of flower, staminate and pistillate. Pistillate means female flower, staminate means male flower. So this is the matching. Now tell me bhai, A with 3, A3, fourth is the answer. B1, yes. C4, yes. D2, yes. So fourth is the correct answer. If you have done this, then please award yourself with +4 bright marks. Very good, very good. Yeah, very good, Kusum. Thank you, Anjali. Okay, so moving ahead with the next question, very, very important question. The next question says that cotyledon of maize grain is called. Now, maize is, first of all, it is a monocot seed. Monocot, which are usually endospermic in nature. So, they're monocot endospermic seeds. Right? Monocot endospermic seeds. Our students, come on, bring your friends to join the session. I want more number of students. No. See, I already started with my session that if you want to keep my energy high, it is very important that the number in the session should keep on increasing. Right? So if you really want that ma'am's energy to remain high, then I want more number of students here. This only some 260, 270 students, little bit problem, but it's okay. I'll manage. Okay, so now moving ahead, cotyledon of maize grain is monocot. Maize is a monocot or endospermic seed, right? Now if I have to draw the diagram of maize seed, then see how will I draw. Maize seed is characterized by seed coat which is fused with the fruit wall. So either you write seed coat or you write fruit wall. It is one and the same thing. Now this seed coat encloses two tissues. One is endosperm and second is embryo. So they have persistent endosperm, right? It's a nutritive tissue with ploidy 3N, and there is an embryo which is represented by one cotyledon, plumule and radicle. So this cotyledon is known as scutellum, as the question asked, right? Apart from this, they have plumule which is well protected by coleoptile. Then they have radicle which is protected by coleorhiza. Apart from this, the endosperm and embryo, the cotyledon, they are separated from each other by a layer, proteinaceous layer, triploid layer called eleuron. So this is how the structure of monocot seed is, that is maize. Now question is asked that cotyledon of maize grain is known as, answer is A1, scutellum. I hope you all have got this question correct. Now, if you have done this correct, you can award yourself with +4 marks. Done, everyone? Very good. Yes, Srijan, very good. Next question. Oh, happy to see. And morphology is also done and dusted. Moving ahead, next chapter is anatomy of flowering plants. If I talk about anatomy of flowering plants, then coming to the first question of anatomy, yes, very good everybody. First question says the location of apical meristem is. Okay, apical meristem kya hai? What is apical meristem? Apical meristem is that group of actively dividing cells which are present at the tip of the root and shoot. Correct? So what is apical meristem? Apical meristem represents group of actively dividing cells present at the tip of root and shoot. If they are present at the tip of the root, then it is known as root apical meristem, correct? And if they are present at the tip of the shoot, then it is known as shoot apical meristem. Yes, very good. Status shots, very good everyone. Now, so what is the location of apical meristem? At the tip of the root and tip of the shoot. No, Shrijan. Okay, first question, lateral sides. On lateral sides, the meristem which is located is lateral meristem. Wrong. In between the vascular bundles? No, in between the vascular bundles, there is lateral meristem, not apical meristem. Wrong. Third, at the tip of the root and shoot. So I can see Manish is answering me. Ayush. Yeah, very good, Ayush. So answer of this question becomes 3. Those who have done this question, please award yourself with +4 marks. Keep calculating. At the end, the topper is going to get something from me. The one who is going to top the today's session, and you have to be true to yourself as well as me. So right, so please be true to yourself as well as me. Moving ahead. Next question. Which of the following statements is incorrect for secondary meristem? Which statement is wrong for secondary meristem? First of all, ma'am, what is secondary meristem? Secondary meristem is actually lateral meristem. Why it is secondary? Because it is not present since the beginning. It develops later in the plant body by the differentiation, rather I should say by the de-differentiation of primary permanent tissues. So lateral meristem are secondary because they are not present since the beginning. They develop later in the plant body by the de-differentiation of primary permanent tissues. Clear? Now let's read the option. They regenerate the part of grasses? No, it is the function of intercalary meristem. Intercalary meristem is responsible for regenerating the lost part of grasses. Very good. Second, they are cylindrical meristem. Correct. The other term for lateral meristem is cylindrical meristem. Correct. Third, they are found in mature regions. बिल्कुल सही बात है. They are found in the mature regions of root and shoot for more secondary growth. Fourth, they appear later in the plant body. Absolutely correct. So first statement is wrong and remaining 3 are correct with respect to secondary meristem. Hence, the answer of the question becomes 1. How many of you have done 1? Ayush, why are you saying 4, 4, 4? Abhishek, no beta, not 2. Yeah, yes. So yes, answer is 1. If you have done this one, then you can get 4 marks. Now, Abhishek, very good. Singran, Shrijan, and yes, Gokul, I can see. Okay, Miss Anjali, okay, hello. Now, moving ahead with the next question. All of the following statements are correct for cells of parenchyma except. Now, what is parenchyma? Remember students, parenchyma are the simple permanent tissues, right? Simple means those tissues which are made up of same type of cells having common origin, having common function. So parenchyma is one of the simple permanent tissue apart from collenchyma and sclerenchyma. Now there are some features given with respect to parenchyma. You have to choose which one is correct and which one is not. So number 1, are they generally isodiametric? Correct. Usually parenchyma cells are same in shape, size. So yes, they are isodiametric, correct. They have lignified cell walls? No. Rather, they are living cells. Parenchyma, my dear students, they are living cells. They have cellulosic cell wall. They have cellulosic cell wall. They do not have lignified. Presence of lignified cell wall is the feature of only sclerenchyma. So hence the answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you have understood this. If yes, then let's proceed further with the next question. I hope you all have done this, and yes, if you have done, then let's move ahead with the next question. Tracheids are found in all of the following plants except. Okay. Beta Abhishek is saying, ma'am, शायरी सुनाओ. अब अभिषेक शायरी आए तो सही. I don't know any शायरीज. How will I say a शायरी? Do I look like a शायर to you, Abhishek? है ना? So yeah, motivation is always within you. You yourself, I can be the best motivator for myself, right? And you can be the best motivator for yourself. So try, like your inner soul should come and say that you have to do it. Then only you will do. If the family or other person will say that you have to do, you will never listen to anybody. So try to listen to your own inner soul. If your inner soul is saying that no, you have to do this job, then you will do it. There's nobody who else. Yeah, we can motivate you, sure, but you yourself has to be your best motivator. It is for everybody. Correct? Now, moving ahead. Next question. Tracheids are found in all the following plants except. Presence of tracheid is a characteristic feature for all those plant kingdoms, like plant kingdom members like pteridophytes, gymnosperms, angiosperms, right? All these 3 groups of plant kingdom, they form tracheids. They all are tracheophyte except algae and bryophytes. Algae and bryophytes, my dear students, they do not have conducting tissues. They do not have xylem or phloem. And when they do not have xylem or phloem, that means they are atracheophytes. They do not have tracheids. So your answer will become pteridophytes have, gymnosperms have, angiosperms have, but bryophytes, they lack tracheids. Therefore, answer of this question becomes 3. Okay, Abhishek, very good. So answer of this question becomes 3. Very good, Mayank. Yeah, very good, everyone who did it. Please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Cuticle is absent in. What is cuticle? Cuticle is a thick layer of waxy coating called cutin, which is found on the epidermis of the leaf or stem to avoid the loss of water. As you saw in case of gymnosperms, the gymnosperms, like conifers basically, they grow in hilly areas where water is less. They are growing under xerophytic conditions. So, in order to control the loss of water, those conifers, they develop thick cuticle on the surface of leaf to avoid the loss of water. This cuticle can be found on the leaf epidermis as well as on the stem epidermis. But is there any role of cuticle in the root epidermis? Will there be any loss of water through root cells? No. So there is no need of production of cuticle on the root epidermis. Hence, cuticle is absent in root epidermis. They can be found in any leaf, be it monocot or dicot, even in stem. It can be found to avoid loss of water. So yes, surely it can be found to avoid the loss of water, but in root epidermis, there is no role of cuticle. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 4. If you have done this, please award yourself with +4 marks. And if you have done this, moving ahead, Next question. Oh. Very serious question, bhai. Usually students, they just get confused with this. Okay. In STEM, the vascular bundles and xylem elements are dash and dash respectively. So in stems, first of all, the vascular bundles are arranged in conjoint manner. Conjoint means what? Come on. Okay, Shrijan, again I will say you the same. Shrijan, please go through the one short video. I have done it very well. It's already there of anatomy. I'll tell you something about secondary growth as you are saying so much, but still I would request you that please go through that lecture. It will just take you 5 minutes, right? So just listen from there and it is going to help you a lot. Even if you find any trouble, mention in the comment box. I check it daily. I will surely reply to you. Very good, Harsh. Harsh is already answering. Mayank, Manish, everybody is answering. Moving ahead. Conjoint. Conjoint means with xylem and phloem, they both are present on the same radii. So what is this? When xylem and phloem are present on the same radii. And conjoint type of arrangement is not only seen in stem but also in case of leaves. Radial arrangement, my dear students, is seen in case of roots. So पहले दो ऑप्शन तो गलत हो गए, ठीक है? Third option. Now third and fourth में conjoint is given. Now you have to select whether endark or exarch. Many students are answering. Very good everyone. Now endark means when protoxylem and metaxylem, when both proto and metaxylem are present. Protoxylem are the first form xylem elements which are present towards the center, followed by metaxylem. Then that arrangement is called as endark. Exarch is just the reverse. When metaxylem, the later formed xylem, are present towards the pith and followed by protoxylem towards the periphery. Exarch arrangement is a feature of root, whereas endark arrangement is the feature of stem. Hence, the correct answer, as you all are telling me, is 3. And if you have done so, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Done? Okay, moving ahead. Next question. Areva, done. So now this is done. Little bit about secondary growth only for few students who asked this. Secondary growth is a feature of dicots specifically and some gymnosperms where they form lateral meristematic tissue with the help of some primary permanent tissues. These lateral meristematic tissue, they divide and they increase the thickness of the root as well as shoot. So every year you see the thickness of the root and shoot, it keeps on getting increased. So presence of lateral meristem in dicots and some gymnosperms, the thickness of the root and shoot, it keeps on increasing. And yes, this feature is secondary growth. Events what are taking place, that you have to surely see from the notes which I have already given. Moving ahead, cell, the unit of life. Next chapter. Okay, yes Ujjwal, it is 100% sufficient. Moving ahead, the smallest cell is. Now, the smallest cell is, your options are ostrich egg, mycoplasma, WBC or liver cells. Now, you have 4 options: ostrich egg, mycoplasma, WBC and liver cells. Out of the 4, which one is the smallest? Okay, so the smallest is mycoplasma. Mycoplasma is your smallest cell. Its size is about 0.03 micrometers. It is also known as, why it is getting blurred? It's okay, let it be blur. I don't know why it is getting blur. It will, okay, it got corrected. Thank you, Srijan. Okay, so mycoplasma, which is also known as PPLO, pleuropneumonia-like organism. It is the smallest cell. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. If yes, then please award yourself with plus 4 marks. Moving ahead. Next question. Which of the following statement is incorrect with respect to prokaryotes? So, which statement is incorrect with respect to prokaryotes? First of all, prokaryotes are those cells who do not have a well-defined nucleus. Their genetic material is diffused in the cytoplasm, not surrounded by nuclear membrane, no histone proteins for packaging. So such a cell having such a nucleus is known as prokaryotic cell. Okay, next, first statement, they have primitive type of cells that lack nucleus, as I was telling you, correct? Do they have membrane bound cell organelles? Everybody saying yes, no. So prokaryotes, their cytoplasm is not compartmentalized. They do not have cell organelles like ER, etc. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2. I hope you all have done this. Okay, thank you, Prashant. So with this, you can award yourself 4 marks if you have done this. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Which type of transport of molecules across the plasma membrane requires energy? Solve this question. Okay, so which type of transport of molecules across the plasma membrane requires energy? Suppose this is my lipid bilayer, right? This lipid bilayer is embedded with proteins. This is lipid bilayer. On this lipid bilayer, there are proteins present, correct? Now these proteins which are intrinsic and totally embedded, these proteins, these intrinsic proteins helps in the movement of molecules across the living membrane. Now there are 2 types of movement which utilizes protein for movement. One is facilitated diffusion, another is active transport. If I talk about facilitated diffusion, then there the movement of molecules takes place through proteins but along the concentration gradient. Hence, no energy is required for facilitated diffusion. But when it comes to active transport, then for active transport, proteins are required. However, movement is done against the concentration gradient. From the ions will be moved from the region of lower concentration to their region of higher concentration. For this work, energy expenditure is required. Hence, so which of the movement will require energy? It will be active transport. Are you all answering? Yes, very good, very good. Everybody is answering me. So answer of this question becomes 4. If you have done this, then please award yourself with plus 4 marks. Done? Moving ahead. Next question. Which form of plastids stores food in the form of oil? Then remember, my dear students, plastids are double membrane bound cell organelle. What are plastids? Plastids are double membrane bound cell organelle exclusively found in plant cells and some other eukaryotes like Euglena. They are not found in animal cells, and plastids on the basis of their shape and function can be of 3 types. That is your chromoplast, chloroplast and leucoplast. Chromoplast are the colored plastids which are found in flowers and fruits. They impart coloration to them. Second, chloroplast, you know, it is responsible for performing photosynthesis. But if I talk about leucoplast, then leucoplasts are actually responsible for storing food. Now, food can be stored in three different forms, on the basis of which leucoplasts are also of three types: elioplast, eluroplast, and amyloplast. Amyloplast, my dear students, stores food in the form of carbs. Eluroplast stores food in the form of protein. And elioplast stores food in the form of oils. So what will your answer be? Your answer will be 4. Hope you have understood this question. If yes, and if you have done it correctly, as no need to say, award yourself with +4 marks. Moving ahead, next question, do it. See, what does the next question says? Next question says that nucleolus is the main site for the assembly of. So what is nucleolus? Suppose this is a nucleus. Its nucleus is a double membrane bound cell organelle. Both the membranes of the nucleus are discontinuous, right? Some nuclear pores are present. Inside it traps a fluid which is known as nucleoplasm. In the nucleoplasm there are thread-like genetic material called chromatin fibers, right? Apart from this, they also have a darkly stained non-membrane bound region called nucleolus, right? And this nucleolus is responsible for synthesizing rRNA and proteins, which then move out through these nuclear pore in the cytoplasm and join together to form ribosomes. Hence, the correct answer of this question, everybody is saying very good. Mayank, Manish, Hania, Vani. Okay, so correct answer will become 3 ribosomal units. Hope you have understood this question, and now let's move ahead. Move ahead means okay, thank you YouTube girl. I don't know where is she from. Is she from Rajasthan? So yes, hi to everybody. Now moving ahead to the next question. In which type of chromosome centromere is located at the center? Now, where is this located? In which type of chromosome? First of all, you should know chromosomes on the basis of their position of centromere can be of 4 types. Correct? So, chromosome on the basis of their position of centromere can be of 4 types. What are those 4 types? Number 1, metacentric. Metacentric means when centromere is exactly in the center of both the arms, that is upper P and lower Q. So this is upper P arm, lower Q arm. Centromere is exactly in the center such that the shape will become V. This is known as submetacentric. Second is submetacentric. Submeta means centromere has slightly shifted away from the center towards the P arm. As a result, P arm has become slightly shorter and Q arm has become slightly longer. This is L-shaped chromosome. Third, acrocentric. Centromere is still moving more towards your so centromere is moving towards the P arm. As a result, Q arm is getting even bigger than P, and the shape changes to J. Last is telocentric. Telocentric is such that the tip of the centromere reaches the tip of the P arm such that P arm vanishes and your chromosome is only represented by Q. So thus in that case the shape becomes I. So these are the 4 types of chromosome on the basis of the position of centromere. Now, according to the question, सेंटर पे किस पे होगा? मेटासेंट्रिक. Can you just see this? Hence the answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you have understood this question. If yes, and if you have marked it correctly, award yourself with 4 marks. Now, moving, oh, very good. So I hope, thank you Shrijan, thank you everybody. Now with this, cell chapter is also over. Now we are moving ahead with the next chapter, cell cycle and cell division. Correct? Now, moving ahead. First question from cell cycle chapter. Very, very interesting question, and I just hope that you all find this question very simple and very easy. Question says, if 46 chromosomes are present at G1 phase, then the number of chromosomes after S phase would be. Yes, surely PDFs are available. No need to worry. PDFs will be provided to you. You need not to worry about it. Now, moving ahead, if 46 chromosomes are present at G1, my dear students, remember one thing, that first of all, if the cell wants to divide, it has to enter into cell cycle, which can be divided into 2 broader phases. First is interphase, that is simply the preparatory phase. And second is the M phase, that is the dividing phase. Interphase is again divided into 3 substages, right, as G1, S and G2. Now, all these 3 stages have their own significance and have their own role. Specifically, if I talk about G1, synthesis of proteins and organelle duplication take place. Moving ahead, S. S में क्या होता है? S phase is represented by DNA replication, DNA duplication, but without changing the chromosome number. There is no change in the chromosome number, but the amount of DNA gets doubled. And G2 phase, the remaining organelle duplication and protein synthesis takes place. So here, overall, if G1 is represented by diploid cell having 2 complete sets of chromosome and 2C amount of DNA, and if such a cell enters into S phase, then the number of chromosome will remain same, 2N, but the amount of DNA will become double from 2C to 4C, right? And then G2 will also remains the same. The number of chromosome will remain same as 2N, but the amount of DNA will become double, that is 4C. So question says that if 46 are the chromosomes present in G1, then what will happen after S phase or G2 phase? So in S phase, the number of chromosome will remain same. Even in G2 phase also, chromosome number will remain same as 46. Thank you, Shrijan, so much. Thank you. Now, moving ahead. So, what will be the answer of this question? Tell me. Yes, 4th. 46. So, 4th is the correct answer. Even after S phase, the number of chromosome remains unchanged. Only DNA duplication is taking place. I hope if you have done this correctly, then award yourself with +4 marks. Moving ahead with the next question. The next question says, M phase in human lasts for dash duration. I told you, my dear students, cell cycle is broadly divided into 2 phases. Yes or no? That is M phase and interphase. Interphase is the preparatory phase. See, if the camera is getting blur now, you need not to worry. You're able to see, ma'am. You're able to see the screen. It's okay. See, some glitch has to take place. Now it's technology. See, I am saying anything? No. You're able to see the screen. Little bit blur it is getting, so what? No need to panic. When ma'am is continuously speaking, you can continuously listen and have to work. If some technical glitches are coming, no need to worry for that. Things happen. You have to ignore and you have to move ahead. This is only the mantra of life. Right? Okay. So, cell cycle, M and I phase. MI is the preparatory phase which lasts for more than 95% of the total time. Whereas M phase only lasts for less than 5% of the total time. For example, if human cell, okay, so if, what I was saying, yes, if the cell cycle lasts in case of human cell for 24 hours, then 95% of the time is consumed in interphase and less than 5% is consumed in M phase. Hence, the answer of this question will become 4. Hope you have understood this question, and if yes, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Right? Okay, moving ahead. Next question. Cell organelles duplicate in which phase? I already told you. Okay, Anvi. So, in which phase, Anvi? Tell me, come on. Rajat, Mintu. What Mintu is saying? Okay, Ayush. Now. Yes, come on, Ayush, do that. Shubhendu. Okay, Gokul. Say, cell organelles duplicate during which phase? They duplicate during interphase. Some organelles duplicate during G1 phase and some duplicate during G2 phase. Like endoplasmic reticulum will duplicate during G1. Mitochondria and chloroplast will duplicate during G2 and centrosome will duplicate during S. So overall, cell organelles are duplicating during interphase. It is a part of preparation. Hence, the answer of this question will become 2. Yes or no? Very good, Akash. Yeah, very good. Yes, interphase. M phase is the dividing phase. There no duplication, nothing takes place, simply division takes place. Wrong. G0 is the quiescent phase, which is actually that phase of the cell where it is not actually performing any cell division. It is kind of a resting phase. So no. And cytokinesis is division of cytoplasm. Again, wrong. So answer of this question becomes 2. Those who have done, please award yourself with +4 marks. If yes, then chalo. Let's move ahead with the next question on the screen. Centrioles duplicate in the, centrioles kahan duplicate karte? Abhi bola. Right now I only told you the answer. That cell organelle duplication takes place in interphase, where the G1 phase mein your organelles like endoplasmic reticulum duplicates. Centrioles, they duplicate during S phase of interphase. So what should be the answer? Centriole duplicates during S phase, and where it is located? In the cytoplasm only, na? So definitely its duplication taking place during S phase will take place in the cytoplasm. Very good. So answer of this question becomes 3. Hope you have understood. That's very good. And if yes, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Chalo, move ahead. Next question. Homologous chromosome begins to separate during. Now we are coming to one of the type of cell division, that is meiosis. Now meiosis is actually a reductional division which is taking place in 2 stages. Meiosis 1 and meiosis 2. If I talk about meiosis 1, then meiosis 1 is subdivided into 4 stages. That is prophase 1, metaphase 1, anaphase 1 and telophase 1. Right? Okay. Now if there are 4 substages, then if I talk about the first stage, which is prophase 1, it is the most elaborate and complex phase, which is again divided into 5 substages. Those are leptotene, zygotene, pecitine, diplotin, and dikinases. Right? So these are the five substages of prophase 1. Every stage has its own important function. But according to the question, homologous begins to separate during diplotin stage. Why? Because during diplotin stage there is dissolution of synaptonemal complex. Synaptonemal complex, actually it dissolves during diplotin stage, because of which the paired homologous chromosome, they start moving apart. Hence the answer of this question will become 4. Very good everybody. Future doctor. Wow, very good name. So yes, the answer will become 4, that is diplotin. Ujjwal, it's not diplontic, it's diplotin. I hope you have done this, and if yes, then award yourself with plus 4 marks as it is. Now, moving ahead, next question. Meiosis 1 is, meiosis 1 beta, meiosis overall it is called as reductional division. But overall this meiosis can be divided into 2 substages as meiosis 1 and meiosis 2, right? Meiosis 1, my dear students, it is actually the reductional division. Whereas if I talk about meiosis 2, it is equational division itself. Same as mitosis. So, meiosis 1 is reductional division and it is also known as heterotypic. Right? So first option wrong, second wrong, fourth wrong. But the answer, very good Ruchita, Rudra, sorry. Answer becomes 3, and if you have done this, award yourself with plus 4. Now, moving ahead. Oh, cell cycle is also done. And now finally we are entering into the plant physiology section. The first chapter of plant physiology is transport in plants. Right? Okay, so next is transport in plants, and now let's start with the first question of this chapter, that is transport in plants. First question, root pressure develops due to. Now my dear students, in this chapter, you basically study about how water moves upward and how the prepared food is getting translocated. If I talk about the movement of water, then there are 2 ways for long distance transport. One is transpiration pull and second is root pressure. If I talk about long distance transport, right? Then there are 2 ways for xylem to carry water and mineral from the roots to the leaves. One is passive method and second is active method. Right? In passive method, the mechanism, the main factor responsible for the movement is transpiration pull. Whereas if I talk about active, then the main reason is root pressure. Right? So root pressure is developed due to active absorption of water. All these terminologies, increase in transpiration, low osmotic potential, passive, are related to transpiration pull. Now here the answer of this question will become 2, as you can clearly see on your screen. Ames Medico, very good. Answer of this question is 2. If you have done this, then you can award yourself with plus 4. Now moving ahead with the next question. Again a very simple question. Now you know that water exhibits, my dear students, 4 different properties: cohesion, adhesion, high tensile strength, and surface tension, high surface tension. Cohesion and adhesion are the 2 properties of water which help water to not only attach themselves but also attach to the wall, and such that water properly moves upward in a column. Now there is so much negative hydrostatic pressure in that xylem pipe that water may break and the column may fall down. But it does not happen because water also has high tensile strength. So owing to the high tensile strength of the water even under high negative pressure created by transpiration pull, it is still easily moving upward without any trouble. Yes or no? So therefore the answer of this question becomes tensile strength. Yes, Sujita, yes, like this. So the answer of this question is 3, tensile strength of water. Hope you have understood this. Very good. Now +4 to those who have done it correctly. Moving ahead. Next question on your screen. Transpiration and root pressure cause water to rise in plants by. Okay, so next question is transpiration and root pressure cause water to rise in plant by. See, always remember, transpiration pull is the pressure which is developed by the leaf. Leaves, due to transpiration, they create a negative pressure, a pulling pressure, whereas root, because roots are active, and due to the activity of the root cells, they develop a pressure which is root pressure. Now root pressure is generating downward, so root pressure has to push the water upward, whereas transpiration pull is developing due to leaves, right? And if it is developing due to leaves, then their transpiration pull is going to be a pulling pressure. So transpiration pull is a negative pressure, it is a pulling pressure, whereas root pressure is a positive pressure and it is a pushing pressure. So transpiration pull is pulling and root pressure is pushing. Therefore, the answer of this question becomes 3. Hope you have understood this question. Yes, okay, very good. Khushi, Khushi, see, if you really want theories, then again I will say the same thing. Time is very constrained. We have limited time. Very good, Mayank. And since time is limited, so we cannot do the theory over here. For theory section, all the one-shot videos are prepared and they are sent on the Victory Batch channel as well as on the PW app. From there, you can surely see and enjoy and have fun. If you face any trouble, you can surely mention in the comment box, right? Moving ahead with the next question. Very easy question. Now, this is simply the diagram of stomatal apparatus. You only have to label this correctly. And if you are about to label this diagram, then let's see. What is A? A are the epidermal cells. B are the accessory cells. C is the stomatal pore. And D are the guard cells. Right? So A is epidermal cell, B is subsidiary cell, C is stomatal aperture or pore, and D is guard cell. Hence the correct option of this question becomes 4th. And this overall diagram is known as stomatal apparatus. If you have done this question correctly, then you can award yourself with +4 marks. Doing this? Yes or no? Okay, very good. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Okay, this is a very important question. Now, try to pay attention. In a ring-girdled plant, what will happen? So, first of all, my dear students, this question is from the section Girdling and Ringing Experiment performed by Malfigi. right? मैल्फिगी बेटा एक साइंटिस्ट थे जिन्होंने रिंगिंग एंड गर्डलिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट परफॉर्म किया. He performed ringing and girdling experiment. Ab this question is asking you that if a girdled plant is there, then girdling means that you remove the phloem. Remove the phloem from the plant body. Correct? Now students, if you will remove phloem from the plant body, then what will happen? See, xylem is intact for time being. The water is being taken from the roots to the leaves. Leaves are getting nourished in the form of water through the xylem. But phloem you have cut. And if phloem is not there, then how the food will reach to the roots? So due to lack of the food, roots they started dying first. And once root starts dying, then leaves will automatically die later on. But in a girdled plant, due to the removal of phloem, Malpighi observed that root dies first, as phloem are responsible for carrying the food from the leaves to the roots. Clear? So now the answer of this question will become 3. Yes or no? Is this clear to everybody? Okay. Yes, absolutely correct. So now the answer of this question becomes 3. If you all have done this question, then I would like to appreciate and claps for you. Those students who are still connected with me, it seems to be Areva, Daman, hi, how are you? See, one of my old student from Patiala I can see. Hi Daman, how are you? Okay, so with this, the answer of this question will become 3 plus 4 marks to those students who have done it correctly. Okay, moving ahead. Shrijan is asking me for my childhood story about of my school. Yeah, Shrijan is saying, ma'am, I want your story. Are bapre. Story. Shrijan, see, literally and right now I'm getting exhausted and my mind has stopped working. It is not thinking anything apart from botany. So, like, yeah, I'll keep one more live session like this, and in that I'll surely explain and tell my different school stories and my childhood stories. But right now you see I'm getting saturated, and due to this saturation, literally my mind is not working, right? So let's come back to the topic, mineral nutrition. Mineral nutrition, everybody, first question of mineral nutrition says, oh bhai, don't say like this. Oh, please don't say like this. Right. Which one of the following is correctly matched? Now you have to tell which one of the following is correctly matched. Now, the 4 options are given in front of your screen. Potassium and nitrogen. Remember students, there are some elements which get readily mobilized and there are some elements which are not able to they're immobile, like calcium and sulfur, they're immobile elements. Whereas if I talk about nitrogen, potassium, then they're mobile elements. They can easily move from one part of the plant body to the other. So potassium, it is readily mobilized. Yes, correct. Second, Bacan of rice seedling. F. Skoog. No, Bacan of rice seedling was studied by E. Kurosawa. This will come in your next chapter. Third, passive transport of nutrients. Will it require ATP? No. No ATP. Fourth, apoplast, plasmodesmata. No. Apoplast simply means movement of water through the dead regions of the cell. अरे नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है श्रीजन. Nobody is disturbing me. You are just keeping the class live. Otherwise, it becomes difficult for me to keep on just speaking botany. You all are so good, and you're just responding to me on this live chat. I'm seeing all the time. I'm talking to you. It makes me energetic, you know. So your chat is making me alive. And I will say to all the students who can see, Karthik, yeah, very good, Karthik. When I take your name, I feel very happy. And this is only the bond between a teacher and a student. And I cannot see you. I can only read your chat. And it really amazes me when you are giving me so much of a time to your studies. And yes, okay. So coming to the last, apoplast simply means movement of water through the dead regions of the cell like cell wall and free spaces. But plasmodesmata के through जो movement होता है वो होता है symplast. It is not apoplast. So this statement is also wrong. So the only correct matching, hi Sarthak, is your 1. So the answer of this question becomes 1 if you have done this. Oh, thank you, Madhumita. Then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead with the next question. The next question is nitrifying bacteria. Do you remember, have I used this term, nitrifying bacteria somewhere? Yes, when I was talking about the chemolidoautotrophs. Correct? So when I was talking about chemolidoautotrophs are those bacteria who can prepare their own food by utilizing chemical as a source of energy. And under them comes nitrifying bacteria like Nitrosomonas, Nitrococcus, Nitrobacter and Nitrocystis. Now, what these nitrifying bacteria they do, they reduce the ammonia which comes in the, they oxidize the ammonia. See, my mind is getting saturated. So, ammonia which comes in the soil due to nitrogen fixation. Now, this is getting oxidized first to nitrite and then to nitrate. And this is done with the help of nitrifying bacteria which are chemolidoautotrophs. Chalo, mark karo. They reduce nitrate? No, wrong. They oxidize ammonia to nitrate? Correct. Convert free nitrogen? No. Convert protein? No. So answer of this question becomes 2. Very good, Purvaj. Yeah, very good. Shubhendu, very good. So answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you have understood this. If you have done this correct, yes, Damanjot, keep on answering. Daman, go and call other friends also, so that let me enjoy my old time as well. So answer of this question becomes 4. Now moving ahead with the next question, that is function of leg hemoglobin in the root nodules. What is the function of leg hemoglobin? Leg is the term related to leguminous. Right? In the roots of leguminous plants, nitrogen fixation takes place. The roots of leguminous plants, my dear students, they form some symbiotic association with bacteria like rhizobium. Now, nitrogen fixation के लिए the enzyme required is nitrogenase. But this enzyme functions only under anaerobic condition. Therefore, inside the cortical and pericycle cells of the root, first of all, the cortical cells and the pericycle cells, they are converted into nodules. Correct? Now, inside this nodule, bacteria are present. That is rhizobium. Now, rhizobium bacteria, they are having nitrogenase enzyme. For nitrogenase enzyme, they need what? They need anaerobic condition. So, leg hemoglobin is produced. It's a pinkish colored oxygen scavenger produced inside the nodule to throw out oxygen. Oxygen को भगाने के लिए बनता है like hemoglobin, so that anaerobic conditions can be created inside the nodule for nitrogen fixation. Hence, the function of leg hemoglobin, expression of NIF gene, no. Oxygen removal, correct. So that anaerobic conditions can be created. Inhibition of no. It promotes. It does not inhibit the activity of nitrogenase, rather it promotes the activity. Fourth, nodule differentiation, no. Nodule differentiation is the function of the hormones like auxin and cytokinin. Thus, the answer of this question becomes 3. How many of you are answering 3? Very good, Shubhendu. Answer, yes, very good. Okay, so answer Shivam, Raghav, Mayank. Very good. So answer of this question is 3. If you have done this, you can award yourself with +4 marks. Moving ahead, next question. Very, very easy, Baba. And I think this is a NEET 2016 question. So such kinds of question will be asked to you. Like the first stable product of fixation of atmospheric nitrogen in leguminous plant is. Now when biological nitrogen fixation will be performed, right? So when biological nitrogen fixation will be performed, what will happen? Yes. Okay, Vikas Yadav, I can see your answer. So good to see, good, your reply is good, very good. Biological nitrogen fixation. Biological nitrogen fixation, the first stable product of this is ammonia. Simply what happens? One molecule of nitrogen with 4 molecules of hydrogen, they combine with the help of the enzyme, and then what happens? Simply 2 molecules of ammonia will be produced, releasing 1 molecule of hydrogen, and for this 16 molecules of ATP are required. 16 molecules of ATP are required for fixing 1 molecule of nitrogen, but however the first stable product is always ammonia if it is biological nitrogen fixation, right? So therefore the first stable product of fixation of atmospheric nitrogen in leguminous plants will be ammonia. We are talking about biological, so first answer will be 1. Yes, everybody has given me 1 answer. Very good. Keep it up. Award yourself with +4 marks. Yes. Soon. Next question on your screen. Which one of the following is wrong statement? Now you have been given 4 wrong statements. Now you have to tell me which among the 4 is wrong. The first statement says phosphorus is a constituent of cell membranes, certain nucleic acids and all proteins. My dear student, phosphorus is a constituent of cell membrane, correct, but certain नहीं, all nucleic acids, और यहाँ पे आएगा certain. So in this case the first statement itself becomes wrong. Denitrifying bacteria, example Pseudomonas, Thiobacillus, Srijan. Okay, thank you Harshvardhan, you are also. Now moving ahead, so first statement itself becomes wrong, hence very good Vikas, the answer of this question will become 1. How many of you have understood this first question, that by the answer of this question is 1? Very good answer. Yeah, so now the answer is 1. With this, award yourself 4 marks. Moving ahead. Oh, this chapter finally is over. Now, last 3 chapters left for class 11th. Then we'll take a short break and we'll resume with class 12th. But till then, let's continue without wasting time. First question which you can see on your screen for photosynthesis is what? The process which makes major difference between C3 and C4 plants? What is the major difference between C3 and C4 plants? Okay, now C3 and C4 plants, my dear students, we are talking in terms of photosynthesis. We are talking in terms of glucose production. Correct? Okay. Yes, fine. The process which makes difference between C3 and C4 plant is, if I talk about C3 plants, my dear students, for glucose production, they run a cycle called C3 cycle. The most important enzyme which is required for C3 cycle is Rubisco. Right? Now this enzyme Rubisco is actually having a common active site for both CO2 and O2. It shows competitive binding. The two gases, they show competitive binding with the same active site. If the concentration of CO2 is high in the stroma, then CO2 binds, leading to proper glucose production. But if the concentration of oxygen increases, then it leads to a different process called photorespiration. And when photorespiration takes place, surely the production of biomass falls. This is a trouble with what? This is a trouble with C3 plants, that majority of the time if they are performing glucose production, then they also shows what? Then they also shows photorespiration if oxygen gets bind to the enzyme. Biomass production falls. To this the solution are C4 plants. C4 plants are the tropical plants which grow under high temperature and water scarcity condition. Such plants, they cannot bear to perform photorespiration. If they perform photorespiration, already they are growing under such dreadful conditions like high light intensity, high temperature, low water. Then if they will also show this mechanism of photorespiration, then their biomass production is going to fall drastically. Thus, C4 plants, they have some different mechanism of glucose production along with C3 cycle that let them avoid photorespiration. So the major difference between C3 and C4 plant is that C3 plants shows photorespiration, but C4 plants, they do not show photorespiration. No photorespiration for them. Correct? And this is the major difference between C3 and C4. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 3. How many of you are able to answer? Yes, very good, Mayank. Yes, the answer of this question is 3. And with this, if you have marked it correctly, then surely you can award yourself with +4. Now, moving ahead with the next question, the same thing which I was explaining you, on the same basis this question is asked. The question says, a plant in your garden avoids photorespiratory losses, has improved water use efficiency, shows high rate of photosynthesis at high temperature, and has improved efficiency of nitrogen utilization. So in which of the following physiological groups would you assign this plant? There you are. Bhai, what I am not answering? Deep honey, what I am not answering? Tell me. Yes, it's DR, yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, what I am not? Yeah. Okay, now. So, if such is the condition for a plant, then tell me which kind of plant will it be? The plant which is able to grow in high light intensity under water scarcity and still producing high amount of biomass. These all are the characteristic feature of C4 plants. Right? Hence, the answer of this question will become 3. If you have done this, then surely you can award yourself with +4. Right? Now, moving ahead. Next question. Oh, simple but twisted question. The simple and twisted question says, what this question says, immersion's effect, enhancement effect and red drop have been instrumental in the discovery of. Now there was a scientist called Robert Emerson, right? This scientist, Robert Emerson, my dear student, he actually performed experiment called red drop effect. And during okay, let me just check, am I audible? Okay, so during, yes, so I was talking about Robert Emerson. Robert Emerson is a scientist who performed some experiments like red drop and enhancement effect. With this experiment, he clearly told that there are surely two photosystems, that is PS1 and PS2, which are operating simultaneously for proper light reaction, for the proper production of ATP and NADPH2. So the concept of two photosystems operating simultaneously for the functioning of chloroplast, for the production of ATP and NADPH2 was explained by the scientist Emerson in his enhancement effect and red drop effect. So yes, everybody is absolutely correct. The answer of this question becomes 3, that two photosystems are operating simultaneously. Correct? Okay. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Now you are given 4 statements. You have to choose which one is correct and which one is not. So the first statement says, Z scheme of light reaction, non-cyclic photophosphorylation takes place only in the presence of PS1. No. It requires both PS1 as well as PS2. So first statement becomes wrong. Second, only PS1 is functional in cyclic. Correct. नॉन साइक्लिक में दोनों फोटो सिस्टम की जरूरत पड़ती है, लेकिन अगर हम साइक्लिक फोटोफॉस्फोराइलेशन की बात करें देन देयर ओनली वन फोटो सिस्टम फंक्शंस व्हिच इज PS1. So second statement is right. Third, cyclic photophosphorylation results in the synthesis of ATP and NADPH2. No. cyclic photophosphorylation से सिर्फ ATP मिलता है. NADPH2 is not obtained during cyclic photophosphorylation. So third statement also becomes wrong. Now, fourth statement. Stroma lamella lacks PS2 as well as NADP reductase enzyme. बिल्कुल सही है. क्यों? क्योंकि स्ट्रोमा लैमेला के पास ना तो PS2 होता है and neither it has NADP reductase. That is why on stroma lamella we cannot perform non-cyclic photophosphorylation. On stroma lamella only cyclic photophosphorylation can be operated. Hence, your B and D statements are correct, A and C are wrong. So the answer of this question becomes 1. Yes, very good, Deshi, Shubhendu, Varman. Yes, Varman, yes. So answer of this question is 1. B and D statements are correct. A and C are wrong. Hello, Alok, how are you? Yes, everybody. Shubhendu, very good. Yes, Varman, it's an English batch. Okay, so Gokul, very good. So answer of this question will become 1. Now, moving ahead with the next chapter, respiration. So now let's see what comes in respiration. Okay, now the first question of respiration. Okay. Oh, Varman, little bit it's okay. Cool. Now, first question of respiration says, which of the following biomolecule is common to respiration mediated breakdown of fats, carbs and protein? Chalo, try to solve and tell me. Okay, fine. Chalo. Now read this question and let me know what will be the answer. The question says there are 3 types of respiratory substrates. Usually we use carbohydrates, but apart from carbohydrate, very good everyone, we can also use fats and proteins. Now, if there are 3 different respiratory substrates, then the question is asking which is the common respiratory substrate for all the 3. Now let me see, this chart is given in your NCERT. I'll draw a little bit for you. Okay. Now if fats, first they break down to their simplest form, which is fatty acids and glycerol. Right? Proteins will break down to the simplest form, which is amino acid. And carbohydrate will also start showing the division by performing glycolysis, then forming pyruvic acid first. Then this pyruvic acid through link reaction will be converted into acetyl coenzyme A, and then it will enter into Krebs cycle for complete conversion and production of CO2 and water. Now, this is how the entire respiration goes on for carbohydrate. Fats will join the same cycle through acetyl coenzyme A, whereas proteins will join the same cycle through pyruvic acid. But question is on the common respiratory pathway. So the common respiratory substrate for fats, carbs and proteins is acetyl coenzyme A. I hope majority of you have answered. Very good, Shubhendu, Anzar, Mayank. Yeah, very good. Okay, so the answer of this question will become 4. That is acetyl coenzyme A. I hope with this chart explanation becomes more clear and easy. So those who have done, award yourself with +4 marks. Simple as that. Now moving ahead with the next question. Oh, this is just the same question as the last one. Which of the following biomolecule is common? So yes, you know acetyl coenzyme A. Sorry for the repetition. The question just got repeated. So I'm just moving a little bit ahead. Now, next question is that chemiosmotic theory of ATP synthesis in the chloroplast and mitochondria is based on. Okay, so now the question says chemiosmotic theory of ATP synthesis in the chloroplast and mitochondria is based on. Chemiosmotic hypothesis is based on, will be based on proton gradient. The chemiosmotic theory says that for ATP generation, we need 4 components. Chemiosmotic theory के according, we need 4 components for ATP generation. Number 1 component which is required is living membrane. What is required? Living membrane is required, which can be either of chloroplast or it can be of mitochondria. In case of chloroplast, that membrane is of thylakoid. In case of mitochondria, it is of inner membrane. Second requirement is proton pumps located on that living membrane, so that from one region proton can be pumped to the other region. When proton pumps are going to function, a gradient will be developed called as proton gradient. Gradient means difference in the concentration of proton across a living membrane. Once it will be done, then with the help of the enzyme ATP synthesis, this gradient will be broken down and your ATP will be produced. So therefore, now you can read the options and you can see the requirement which I have written. Tell me which one is common. Obviously the first one. So yes, proton gradient is the answer. Hello Fiza, how are you? I hope you are doing good. So first answer of this question becomes first. If yes, then please award yourself with +4. moving ahead with the next question. Now, the next question says, in mitochondria, proton accumulates. Now, see, I'll draw mitochondria for you. Mitochondria is a double membrane bound cell organelle, outer and inner membrane. Inner membrane is present in the form of cristae. The space within the inner membrane is known as matrix. Correct? Now, what happens? All the NADH2s and FADH2s, they accumulate in the matrix, which during electron transport are reoxidized to their original state. When their oxidation takes place, they create proton gradient. They pump the proton from the matrix into the IMS, that is intermembranous space. So therefore, concentration of proton rises in the IMS. So proton concentration rises in the IMS. So tell me, where proton accumulates? Protons are pumped from the matrix into the IMS. That means the proton concentration will increase in IMS, and hence the answer of this question. Very good, Mayank. Very good, Gokul. Yeah, yes, it is intermembranous space. Yeah, very good, Vikas. It is through F0, F1 pump, which is the enzyme itself. It's not through F0, F1 pump, my dear. Sorry, I just read and I just said. Very good, Daman. Very good, Manika. The answer of this question is 1. If you have done, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Oh, we have come to the 100th slide. Very good. Almost more than 3 hours, 100th slide. I think we should slow claps for us. Yeah, very good. We should clap for all of us that we have come to the 100th slide finally. Now, next question. In glycolysis, during oxidation, electrons are removed by. तो सबसे पहले, hello Fatima. Thank you, Munna Mulani. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. So now moving ahead. In glycolysis, what happens? Where oxidation takes place? So there are overall 10 steps of yes, Ayush, yes. Okay. Very good, Abhishek, very good, Gokul. Yeah, whoa, to all of us. Yeah. Yes, Ayush, it should be fast claps, not slow claps. Sorry, yeah, come on. In glycolysis, during oxidation, electrons are removed from which step? किस step से remove करना है? It is actually the almost 5th step. See what happens. You have glucose. Through several steps, this glucose is first converted into another 6 carbon compound called fructose 1,6 biphosphate. Now, this 6 carbon compound soon breaks into two molecules each having 3 carbon. That is phosphoglyceraldehyde and dihydroxyacetone phosphate. This dihydroxyacetone phosphate then convert into PgAl. Now the molecule of PgAl becomes 2. Here oxidation takes place. This glyceraldehyde phosphate or phosphoglyceraldehyde undergoes oxidation by removing its proton and electron. Its proton and electron are released, which are received by NAD positive. NAD positive gets reduced, in return oxidizing PgAl into 1,3-biphosphoglyceric acid. So where is oxidation taking place? In this step, where phosphoglyceraldehyde is removing its proton and electron and getting oxidized. So the answer of this question will become 2, that is glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate. Correct? Okay, if done, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now moving ahead, happy to see finally the last chapter of class 11th is on the screen. Plant growth and development. Cheers to all of you. Manoj, jaldi, soon. Okay, so now let's move ahead with this simple question number 1, that is of plant growth and development, that is fruit and leaf drop at early stage can be prevented by the application of which hormone prevents early drop of fruit and leaves, that is which hormone promotes or control abscission. So which hormone controls abscission? Abscission means prevention of early drop of leaf and promoting the fall of older leaves and fruits. So this is done by the hormone, one of the positive growth hormone, auxin. It is a positive plant growth hormone, and there are two natural forms of auxin, IAA and IBA. These are two natural auxins which will prevent abscission. Hence, very good everybody. The answer of this question will become very good Shubhendu, Achu, Gokulnath, top institutions. No, not 1. The answer of this question will become 3, auxin. Correct? Yes, very good. Now, moving ahead with the next question. See question, read it. You are given a tissue which its potential for differentiation in artificial culture. Now, which combination of hormones will you use to induce rooting and shooting into it? So, we are just talking about tissue culture. We are actually talking about the technique called tissue culture, right? In tissue culture, we can develop a whole new plant with the help of callus. Callus, when it is cultured in vitro with the help of hormones and amino acids and sugars, when it is supplied to callus, it starts differentiating and can produce a new plant. This technique is known as tissue culture. And the hormones which are required to induce differentiation in callus is auxin and cytokinin. Right amount of auxin and cytokinin, if it is given to the callus, then proper rooting. Auxin is responsible for rooting and cytokinin is responsible for shooting. Not that shooting, right? Shooting means development of shoot system. So rooting and shooting will be induced in the callus if they are given the right amount to develop a new plant from callus. So the two hormones which are required, very good everybody, keep replying, is 2. And if you have done this, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Done? Yeah. Yes, Nageshwarao, thank you to you too. Very good, Mayank, Ankit, Shubhendu, Soham, Queen, Rock, Abhijoy, Desi Chora. Yeah, Desi Chora, very good. Very good name. Next question. Vernalization stimulates flowering in. First of all, what is vernalization? Vernalization is simply a technique by which we can induce flowering in those plants which are either annuals or maybe biennials. During vernalization, see, instead of talking directly about vernalization, let me tell you one thing. There are some plants which require either qualitatively or quantitatively low temperature exposure to induce germination or to induce flowering. What they need? They need exposure to low temperature, which can be either quantitatively or qualitatively, right? And this exposure to low temperature can be either given to their mature shoot apex or to the seed of the embryo. And this technique for inducing flowering in plants by giving them the low exposure of temperature is known as vernalization. And it is very clearly observed in annuals and some biennials like carrot. So Sujita answered in a very good manner. She made some carrots on the screen. Very good to see. So Zamikand, turmeric and tomato, they do not respond to vernalization. Yeah, very good Sujita. So answer of this question becomes carrot. Carrot, radish, they can be grown by the technique of vernalization by exposing them to low temperature either quantitatively or qualitatively. Okay, Varman, very good. So answer is C. If yes, award yourself with +4. Next question. Read it and answer. चलो देखो भाई अगला सवाल क्या है. Through their effect on plant growth regulators, what do the temperature and light controls in? Light क्या करता है? Light actually controls so many factors in plant, and according to the option given, it controls flowering. You know the concept of photoperiodism? Do you know the concept of photoperiodism? Photoperiodism is meaning what? Photoperiodism is the duration of the exposure of light to the plant in order to induce flowering. There are some plants which require long day, they are called as long day plant. There are some plants which require exposure to less light duration, they are called as short day plant. And there are some plants which do not have any effect of light. They may flower in long day conditions as well as in short day. They are called as day neutral. Very good. So yes, through their effects on plant growth regulators, temperature and light क्या control करते हैं? They control flowering patterns. Correct? Yes. So the answer of this question becomes 2. Hope, yeah, everybody's answering. Very good. Everybody's answering too. Keep it up. Award yourself with +4. Correct? Chalo. Next question. One of the synthetic auxin is, see, auxins, they are a very good positive plant growth hormone. Okay, Ankit? So these are positive growth hormones which are naturally obtained from the plant, but sometimes because their importance is so much that we need to also derive them externally and make them artificially also. So some naturally existing auxins are IAA and IBA, indole acetic acid and indole butyric acid. However, some artificial auxins are like NAA, naphthalene acetic acid, 2,4-D, dichloro-diphenoxyacetic acid, 2,4,5-T, trichlorophenoxyacetic acid. तो बताओ भाई क्या आंसर हो जाएगा? These two are natural auxin. Wrong. GA is gibberellic acid. Wrong. NAA, naphthalene acetic acid. Very good. 4th is the answer. So those who have marked 4th as the correct answer, please award yourself with +4. Correct? Chalo. Oh, finally, class 11th is done. And now, as I promised, I'll take a gap of 15 minutes. So right now time is 8:20. Now I am going to meet you at maybe at 8:40. Not 8:40, 8:35. Right? So it's a break. Finally, the most awaited break has come. After completing almost 110 slides, a break from 8:20 to 8:35. Go and have water, you can have your dinner, and then please come back and join me. Same place, same channel, same everything. And yes, okay, thank you all, but don't forget to join me back on 8:35. I'll be waiting for you all. Chalo then, bye bye everyone, take care, see you. Okay, so I hope you all can see me now. Am I properly audible and visible to each and everyone? Yes, I am also back, Queen, and I just see that all the students do come back soon. Okay, let me just see. Okay, so once again, hello to everybody. Am I properly audible? Yeah, welcome back. Hi, Ria. Hi, Somesh. Okay, fine. So welcome back, Shubhendu. Yes, Fatima. Hello, everyone. I can see all my students are coming back. Yeah, welcome back, Somesh, to you too. Yeah, what a timing. See, I'm so perfect. Like this only you have. Yeah, Gokul, I'm 100% perfect in that manner. Yeah, Gabbar is back. I like that. Manoj, I liked it. Gabbar is back. Chalo, yeah. Sure. Okay. Wait. Let me switch on my AC. I just switched it off. Yeah, then set. Yeah, fine. Okay, so let's start with the chapter Reproduction in Organism. Break is over, and then the first question from this chapter comes that select the hi everybody. Yes, welcome back. The first question is select the plant having shortest lifespan. I think one question I skipped. Yes, correct. This is the first question. Select the odd one with respect to lifespan. So first of all, you should know what is lifespan. Lifespan is actually the duration from your birth till your natural death. So Vikas is saying Gabbar nahi, Queen ma'am. Acha, okay Vikas. Chalo. Yes, come on. So first question on your screen. Select the odd one with respect to the lifespan. Lifespan means duration from your birth to your death. First of all, lifespan is independent of your size or complexity of an organism. These two things you should keep in mind while answering this question. The first statement says, lifespan of organisms are not correlated with their size. Absolutely correct. Otherwise, two organisms like parrot and crow. Crow lives only for 15 years and parrot of same size and complexity can live up to for 140 years. So there is no relationship of lifespan with the size and complexity. Hence the first statement is correct. Second, crows and parrots, they show wide difference in their lifespan. Correct. Crow can survive for about 15 years and parrot can live for about 140 years. Correct. Third, lifespan of rice is 3 to 4 weeks. Sushma Yadav, very good. No beta. Lifespan of rice plant is for about 3 to 4 months. So the wrong statement, Aman, is 3. Everybody's answering me. Very good. Sarthak, Gokul, Kosim, Soham, Tanu. So answer of this question is 3. If you have done, then please award yourself with +4. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Select the plant having shortest lifespan. If I talk about banyan can live for 200 to 400 years. Same goes for people. They are very long living organisms. If I talk about banana can live from between 30 to 40 years. But if I talk about rose plant, then rose plant can only live for about, I think it's 8 to 9 years. So among the options given, the shortest one is, the organisms with shortest lifespan is rose. The option becomes 4. If you have done this, then please award yourself with +4. Very good, Manish, Shikha, Darsham, Varman, Abhi, Mohammad Sayyam, Sapna. Very good, everybody. Okay. Now, moving ahead towards the next question in the chapter Reproduction in Organism is select the incorrect match. You have to choose that which one is correct and which one is not. First, asexual reproduction. somatogenic reproduction. Okay. Second, sexual reproduction, fusion of gametes. Okay. Third, vegetative propagation, rhizome. Correct. Vegetative propagation, rhizome. It is one of the underground stem modification. Fourth, clones. Clones are the products of asexual reproduction which are genetically as well as morphologically similar to each other. Let's see what is given. For clone, it is giving morphologically similar but genetically dissimilar. Is it correct? No, they are genetically also similar clones. Thus, the answer of this question becomes 4. Yes, hope you have understood this question, and if yes, and if you have done it correctly, then award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead to the next question. Next question says, the site of origin of the new plantlets in potatoes, sugarcane and banana are. Now all these, they are organisms who propagate vegetatively by the underground stem. If I talk about potato or if I talk about sugarcane, except sugarcane, if I talk about potato and banana, they reproduce asexually, vegetatively with the help of underground stem, and sugarcane reproduce vegetatively with its aerial shoot. Correct? However, for all the 3 examples, the new organism arises from their nodes having axillary buds. When those axillary buds, they get the favorable condition, they divide and they produce a new plant. You must have observed this if you keep a potato for long in your home. Then some sprouting, some white or yellowish colored sproutings, they start coming out. Those actually represents the group of actively dividing cell. Now if you place that potato under the soil, then from those sproutings a new plant will start arising, and those regions from where those sproutings are coming out are called as nodes. So suppose this is a potato, right? It is having some eyes, right? Eyes which are actually nodes. Correct? And on these nodes are present axillary buds which grows to produce a new organism. Same is for potato, sugarcane and bananas. Their nodes have axillary buds which on getting the favorable condition, if starts dividing, then they develop into a new plant. Hence, the answer of this question is 1. Very good, Rajat. Keep it up. If yes, +4. Next question. Sexual reproduction in organism. Very good, very good. Too quick to start. First question on your screen. The prominent, I think one I missed back. No. Okay. The prominent pollen grain aperture called germ pore are present on. Now, for this you have to remember the structure of pollen grain. So, pollen grain, that is the male gametophyte. Pollen grain, that is the male gametophyte. It is haploid cell of about 25 to 50 microns in size. It's a male gametophyte, haploid in nature, with a diameter of about 25 to 50 microns. Now, it is structurally represented by 2 layers. The cell wall is made up of 2 layers. The outer discontinuous exine and inner continuous intine. So this is exine, which is discontinuous, and the inner continuous is intine. Due to discontinuous exine, they have germ pores. What do they have? They have germ pores on them. Now, intine encloses plasma membrane, inside which the cytoplasm is present. And this cytoplasm consists of 2 cells, one large vegetative cell and small spindle-shaped cells called generative cell. So this is generative cell and this is large vegetative cell. So this is how the structure of pollen grain is. Now, prominent germ pores, they are present on which layer? They are present on its exine. Hence, the answer of this question is 3. Very good, Shubhendu. So, if you have marked 3, then surely get yourself plus 4. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Select the odd one with respect to pollen grains. There are 4 statements. You have to tell me that which one is wrong and which one is correct. Chalo, let's see. The first, pollen grains are rich in nutrients. Correct. There are some pollen grains with which you can obtain some pollen tablets are coming in the market which are rich in nutrients, and they are required for, like, they're taken up by the athletes for increasing their performance. So yes, pollen grains, they are rich in nutrients and we can obtain pollen tablets from them. So first statement is correct. Second, its consumption increases the performance. Absolutely correct. Pollen tablets, they are rich in nutrient. If you consume them, then it is surely going to increase your performance. That it is correct. Third, it can be stored. Yes, it can be stored. Pollen banks may be stored pollen grains at a very low temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius in liquid nitrogen. Third statement is also right. Fourth, pollen grain possess non-sticky. No. Pollen kits are sticky component which are responsible for attaching the pollen grain to maybe to the back of their organisms which are carry them, maybe on the back of the insect. So pollen kits on the pollen grain, they are sticky in nature and they let them stick on the surface of their agents which are pollinating them. So this term is wrong. Rather, it should have been sticky. Correct? Therefore, the incorrect statement with respect to pollen grain in this question. Very good, Sapna. Very good, Queen. Very good, Manish. And Virido. Abdul. Yes, very good. So, answer of this question. Very good, Diya. So, answer of this question becomes 4. And with this, you get plus 4 marks also. Now, Abhi Agarwal. Acha, okay. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Male gametophyte, mature male gametophyte is, I have already told you what is male gametophyte. What is male gametophyte? It is actually the pollen grain. Right? Now, here it is talking about the mature male gametophyte. A mature male gametophyte will contain 3 cells. How? Normally, see the structure. Intine, exine, right? Plasma membrane, enclosing cytoplasm, and then there is one large vegetative cell. And you know there was one small spindle-shaped generative cell. That generative cell, bachcho, it undergoes asymmetric mitotic division to produce 2 male gametes. Right? So generative cell divides to produce 2 new male gametes. So how many cells are present in case of mature male gametophyte? 1 vegetative cell and 2 mature male gametes. So total 3 cells are there. Hence, if question comes that mature male gametophyte consists of how many cells, then your answer should be 3-celled. And thus, the answer of this question becomes 4th. Hope you have understood this. And if yes, and if you got it correct, please give yourself plus 4. Very good. Tanu, yeah, very good. Abhijoy, Komal, Rajat, very good. Move ahead. Next question. When ovule as well as embryo sac is curved like horseshoe, then this type is known as, yeah, see, Mr. Chaudhary and Queen Rock, listen to me. Now, ovules can be of 6 or 5 different types depending upon their position of funicle, chalaza and micropyle, out of which 4 are written on your screen and 1 is asked in the question. Yes or no? Everybody is answering me D. No, Manish. Please Read the question properly and then rethink and then try to answer it again. Okay. First is Sarsenotropus. First of all, let me tell you, Sarsenotropus, students, is the most advanced ovule which is found in Cactaceae family. What happens in Sarsenotropus? The funicle turns 360 around the ovule like this. Suppose this is the ovule, right? Now this is the micropyle, this is the chalaza, and this is the funicle. What happens in Sarsenotropus? The funicle turns 360 around the ovule like this. So this type of ovule is Sarsenotropus, not matching with the question. So first option is wrong. Amphitropus. Amphi means both, right? So when both ovule and embryo sac shape becomes horseshoe, somewhat like this. Suppose this is a funicle, right? This is the little bit inverted ovule, and now you see inside it the embryo sac has become horseshoe shape. Horseshoe embryo sac along with the ovule has also become horseshoe shape. So when both ovule and embryo sac becomes horseshoe shape, then that is called as what? It is called as Amphitropus ovule, and according to the question, answer becomes 2. Hemianatropus, when ovule comes 90 to the funicle. Anatropus is the most common type of ovule, where the ovule gets completely inverted with the minimum distance between micropyle and the funicle. Right? Yes or no? So these are the 4 types of ovule, but according to the question, very good answer, very good Shubhendu, answer becomes 2, that is Amphitropus. Hope you have understood. If yes, then give yourself +4. Moving ahead to the next question, mark the odd one with respect to contrivances of orthogamy. Contrivances means devices. Orthogamy means self-pollination. So there are some devices given and you have to tell that which among them promotes self-pollination. Correct? Okay, so which among them promotes self-pollination? First, homogamy. What do you mean by homogamy? Homogamy means when the maturation time of both the sex organs, androecium and gynoecium, is same. That is homogamy. Homogamy will promote self-pollination. Yes or no? Very good, Molika. Thank you. So it is a device that promotes self-pollination. Not our answer. Cleistogamy. Cleistogamy means flowers which never open. Flowers which always remain in their bud stage. Now student, if the flower will remain in bud stage, if it is never going to open, then how it will show cross-pollination? It will only show self-pollination. So it is also a device for self-pollination. Koi dikkat nahi. Third, dicliny means unisexuality. Now, a flower which can either be male or female. Flower is not having both the sex organs. Now, if flower is not having both the sex organs, it is only unisexual, then surely it cannot perform self-pollination. It will wait for allogamy. It will wait for cross-pollination. And thus, dicliny is a contrivance of allogamy, not autogamy. And hence it becomes the exception. Very good, Achu. Very good, Roshan. Yes, very good, Soham. So answer of this question becomes 3. How many of you have understood? Yes or no? Understood this? Yes, very good. If you have done this, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Okay, moving ahead. अगला सवाल देखो भाई. Entry of pollen tube into the embryo sac is under dash guidance. Which guidance? Now imagine this is my what? This is my carpel, the female sex organ. It's the stigma. style and ovary. Ovary is having ovule, and inside the ovule there is the female gametophyte called embryo sac, which is having, yes, very good Vij, I don't know. Yeah, very good Palak. Now, pollen grains, they land over here. After compatibility test, pollen grains who passes the compatibility test, they start growing and they develop their pollen tube. Now, growth of pollen tube inside the style is a chemotropic movement. Why? Because as soon as pollen passes the test, when it soon starts germinating, one of the synergid in the embryo sac degenerate and it starts producing chemicals. So degenerated synergid, it releases chemicals which attract pollen tube, and pollen tube grows towards that degenerated synergid. So this movement of pollen tube towards the synergid or towards the embryo sac in the presence of chemical is known as chemotropic movement. So the answer of this question becomes 1, as you all are shouting 1, 1, 1. So how can I say no? Yes? Correct. So the answer of this question is 1. Those who have marked it correctly can take full marks, that is your +4. Okay, now let's move ahead. Now the next question in the sequence is, the cells of endosperm are filled with reserve food material. They are used for nutrition. Developing embryos generally dash in angiosperm. बच्चों याद रखना, gymnosperms में endosperm is haploid because in gymnosperms it is a pre-fertilization product. But if I talk about angiosperms, then in case of angiosperms, this endosperm is a triploid tissue. Why triploid? Because it is produced after fertilization, after the fusion of diploid secondary cell. Right? After the fusion of diploid secondary cell with the male gamete. So when secondary cell, it fuses with the male gamete, then it produces a triploid endosperm. And this endosperm is nutritive in nature. कैसा होता है ये? It is nutritive in nature. Hence, the answer of this question will become 1. That in case of angiosperm, and this fusion is known as triple fusion. क्या बोलते हैं इसको? इसको ट्रिपल फ्यूजन कहते हैं, where diploid secondary cell fertilizes with the female gamete to produce triploid endosperm. Hope you have understood this question. Moving ahead with the next chapter, genetics. So now we are entering into the third chapter of class 12th. Yes, very good everybody. That is genetics. Now, the first question of genetics says, so the first question of genetics says this. Which of the following genotype represents heterozygous condition? Which of the following genotype represents heterozygous condition? See, there are 2 ways to represent a gene in a diploid organism. So, genes in a diploid organism can be represented by 2 ways. One is, suppose I am talking about a gene. So, one is this, right? And another representation is this. When both the alleles of the gene are same, then this is known as homozygous arrangement. One is homozygous dominant and second is homozygous recessive. So this is known as homozygous. However, if both the alleles of the gene are different, very good Dada Dhangar, very good, they are different, then it is known as heterozygous. Heterozygous arrangement of gene where both the alleles of the gene are separate. And question is asking you on this only heterozygous arrangement. So your answer will become 3. This is homozygous, homozygous, homozygous. So answer of this question is 3. It's very easy question. I hope you all must have done this. Yeah, yes, very good, very good. And if yes, then please award yourself with +4. Moving ahead with the next question. All traits can express themselves in heterozygous condition except. Now this question has been asked from Mendel 7 character. What were the 7 characters which were chosen by Mendel? And each character have 2 pure lines. That means total 14 pure lines. Right? So Mendel's character, some dominant pure line and some recessive pure line. Mendel chose 7 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Out of which it's the height of the plant, the color, then flower position and flower color. Right? Plant dominant means tall. Recessive means dwarf. Pod shape, dominant means inflated. Recessive means constricted. Pod color, dominant means green. Recessive means yellow. Seed shape, round means dominant. Recessive means wrinkled. Right? Seed color, dominant means yellow. Recessive means green. Flower position, dominant means axial. Recessive means terminal. Right? Flower color, dominant means violet and recessive means white. Up, I have written all the 7 characters. Now you have to tell me that which among is dominant and which is able to express. Tall will express, violet will express, axial will express. But wrinkled seed is a recessive character which does not expresses itself. Hence the answer of this question will become 4. Yes or no? Yes. So very good if you have done the answer 4, as I can see on the screen. Okay, so you can award yourself with +4 marks. Now moving ahead with the next question. Next question is on your screen. Fruit color in cucurbita pepo is an example of. So this cucurbita pepo is actually called as summer squash, something like that, of belonging to the family of pumpkin and gourds only. Now this cucurbita pepo, the fruit color of cucurbita pepo, students, they show a property called dominant epistasis, right? So they show a property of dominant epistasis. Now what is this? Usually the color of cucurbita pepo, my dear students, it is controlled by 2 genes, W gene and Y gene. So this dominant epistasis is controlled by 2 genes, W and Y. Now W in its dominant state will suppress the role of Y. See, W gene, if it is present in dominant state, then always the fruit color will come white. Right? Now, this W gene, what it does, it suppresses the activity of Y gene when it is present in its dominant state. That means, if this is the condition, if this is the genotype, or this is the genotype, or this is the genotype, then always the fruit color will be white, because in the presence of dominant W, the expression of Y is suppressed. Correct? Now if W is present in its recessive state, then what will happen, and Y is present in its dominant state like this or like this, then Y is free, W is not there, hence this Y will express itself and the color will become of the fruit yellow. Now if both the genes are present in their recessive state, then no white, no yellow, rather the color of the fruit will become green. And the ratios of dominant epistasis is 12:3:1. So the answer of this question is 3. Hope you have understood this question. If yes, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Right? Yeah, Manoj, same. Now, I skipped I think one question. Yes, next question. Find the incorrect statement with respect to chromosomal mapping. You have to tell me one incorrect statement with respect to chromosomal mapping. Chromosomal mapping is done on the basis of crossing over. When two genes, they are located on the same chromosome, then they undergo crossing over, they undergo exchange of genetic material. It is said if two genes are distantly located, if the distance between two genes is high, then the percentage of linkage is going to fall, but chances of recombination is going to increase. Yes or no? Yes. So, find the incorrect statement with respect to chromosomal mapping. First statement, crossing over is important in locating genes. बिल्कुल सही बात है. The percentage of crossing over, the percentage of recombination is equivalent to distance between the two genes. So, this is correct. Second, recombination frequency depends upon the distance. I already told you. The distance between the two genes will decide the percentage of recombination frequency. If the distance is more between the two genes, the rate of recombination will be high and vice versa. So this is also correct. Third, recombination frequency is inversely proportional to distance between the gene. Then this is wrong. Why? It is not inversely. It is rather डायरेक्टली प्रोपोर्शनल. बच्चों, जितना ज्यादा जीन के बीच में डिस्टेंस होगा उतना ही ज्यादा परसेंटेज ऑफ रिकॉम्बिनेशन होगा. हेंस द आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन बिकम्स 3. होप यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दिस क्वेश्चन. Yes, very good. It should be directly proportional. Very good, Vikas. And everybody whosoever is answering, then you should award yourself in this case +4 marks. With this, genetics, 3 or 4 questions were there. Done. Moving ahead with the next important chapters are left, and then we will be free. So please enjoy. Next, which of the following bond is not associated with a dinucleotide? So what is deoxyribonucleotide? Deoxyribonucleotide is actually a single nucleotide which is made up of 3 components. What are those 3 components of deoxyribonucleotide? First, a 5-carbon sugar called pentose sugar, which is associated with nitrogenous base, and phosphate is also attached to it. Correct? Now see how the diagram will come. Now this is the 5-carbon sugar. Right? This is the 5-carbon sugar. To the first carbon of the pentose sugar, what is attached? Nitrogenous base is attached with the help of N-glycosidic bond. Now, this is 2nd carbon, 3rd carbon, 4th carbon, and to the 4th carbon is attached the 5th carbon. And to the 5th carbon is attached phosphate with the help of phosphoester bond. So this is one nucleotide which is made up of 2 bonds, N-glycosidic bond and your phosphoester bond. So to make ribonucleotide or deoxyribonucleotide, 2 bonds are required, glycosidic and phosphoester. फॉस्फोडाइएस्टर बॉन्ड बच्चों तब यूज होता है जब 2 न्यूक्लियोटाइड्स को जोड़ना हो, बट यहां पे क्वेश्चन इज ओनली फॉर 1 न्यूक्लियोटाइड And in one nucleotide, there is no phosphodiester. When you have to join two nucleotides, then only this phosphodiester bond is going to play role. Otherwise, only one bond is required. Right? So, phosphoester is required. Correct. Glycoside is required. Correct. But phosphodiester bond is not required. Hence, the answer, which is not a bond, which is not associated, you get your answer as phosphodiester. 3 is the answer. Yes, Ayush. Now, the answer of this question is 3. Hope you have understood. And if yes, then let's move ahead. Next question is on your screen. See, choose the correct option with respect to RNA. RNA is ribonucleic acid and it is slightly different from DNA, and you have to choose. You're given 4 options. You have to tell that which option is correct and which one is not. Now, see, presence of thymine in place of uracil. No, this statement is actually written reverse. RNA, the 4 nitrogenous bases in RNA are guanine, cytosine, adenine and uracil. RNA actually have uracil in place of thymine. So this is incorrect. Next, absence of free hydroxyl. No, beta. These RNA, they have free hydroxyl group present on their second prime position. Presence of free hydroxyl group only make them unstable, make them more reactive, right? So this statement is also wrong. Third, mutates at faster rate. Absolutely correct. Because of the presence of this free hydroxyl group, these RNAs, they are able to mutate and they are catalytic. That they are catalytic, they undergo reaction very fast and hence they mutate also very quick. Very good, Rana. Yes, Atul. Yes, Ayush. The answer of this question will become 3 in that case. Clear? Okay, very good. Moving ahead with the next question. Which of the following types of bacteria were used in Griffith's experiment? Bachcho, Griffith performed transformation experiment where he showed that between 2 bacteria there can be exchange of genetic material with the help of medium, through a medium. And for his experiment he used bacteria, that is Streptococcus pneumoniae, and mice. Streptococcus pneumoniae के इन्होंने 2 strains लिए. He took 2 strains for Streptococcus pneumoniae, that is S3, the smooth or virulent one, and R2, that is rough or non-virulent one. So Griffith used Streptococcus pneumonia bacteria, and the 2 strains of Streptococcus which he used was what? Yes, R2, the non-virulent, non-disease causing, and S3, virulent, disease causing. Hence the answer of this question becomes 3. Okay? Yari kaun hai? Who is this EA Sports? Why are you loving Riya so much, yaar, in botany class? Who is this Riya? Please listen to him. He is like mad for this girl, this EA Sports. Okay, Baba, it's botany class. We all students have understood your condition. Okay. Moving ahead. Next question. DNA replication is, if I talk about DNA replication, students, then DNA replication in case of prokaryotes, you know, it is semi-conservative, right? Semi-conservative because out of the 2 parental strand, the daughter receives 1 parental strand from the parent and another strand is newly synthesized. Correct? So it is semi-conservative. Second, it is also semi-discontinuous. Why? Because one of the daughter strand is continuously being synthesized and another strand is synthesized in fragments. Those fragments are known as Okazaki fragment. Correct? So those fragments are known as Okazaki fragments. Yes or no? Okay, so DNA replication is semi-conservative, continuous, no. unidirectional in case of prokaryotes. DNA replication is bidirectional because its DNA is circular. First option wrong. Conservative, no, it is semi-conservative, semi-discontinuous, wrong. Semi-conservative, semi-discontinuous, correct. How? Why? Semi-conservative, as one of the strand is parental, another is newly synthesized. Semi-discontinuous, why? Because one strand is continuously being synthesized and another is synthesized in the form of fragments. Thus, the answer of this question becomes 3. Hope you have very good Vikas. So, hope you have understood. If yes, give yourself +4. Moving ahead with the next question. The next question says, transcription starts non-specifically in the absence of. Ab bachcho, to understand this question, you should know there is double-stranded DNA running in anti-parallel manner. Right? So this is a double-stranded DNA which is running anti-parallel manner. Now what will happen? See. Now, on the DNA, first of all, both the strands of DNA will not undergo replication. Sorry, will not undergo transcription. Out of the two strands, only one strand of the DNA undergoes transcription. First thing. Now, as replication, transcription also cannot start if the DNA is present in helical state. Unwinding has to take place. Double-stranded DNA first should become single-stranded and then only transcription can start. Now, there are some initiation sites, there are some specific sites from where transcription has to start. Those are located in the promoter region of the template DNA. Suppose this is my template DNA and this is the promoter region. So those specific sequences from where the transcription should start is actually present in the promoter region of the DNA template. Correct? Now, who is going to recognize those template promoter sequences present on the template DNA so that correct transcription should start? For this, enzyme RNA polymerase is required. Right? Students, this RNA polymerase enzyme is to actually identify. Okay, so the role of sigma factor is actually to identify the sequences in the promoter region. The sigma factor recognizes the sequences in the promoter region to start the process of replication. Right? To start the process of, transcription. Okay, now sigma factor is going to help. Now, if sigma factor is missing, then surely transcription will start randomly. It will start randomly from any place irrespective of the promoter sequences, initiation sequences. So, for correct transcription from correct region, what we require? We require sigma factor. Rho factor are required for termination. For initiation, sigma factor are required. Core enzyme plays role in elongation process, and DNA polymerase is not involved in transcription. It is an enzyme for replication. Hence, the correct answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you have understood. If yes, then please award yourself with 4 marks. And now move ahead. Next question from the chapter molecular basis says that how many structural genes are present in lacoperon? Lacoperon, my dear student, represent group of genes. क्या बोल रहे हो भाई? क्या क्या मैसेज चल रहे हैं? ज़रा मैंने मैसेज पे अभी ध्यान नहीं दिया. I did not focused on messages. So I thought why not to see the messages now. What wrong हो गया दादा डांगर? Yes. Okay. I was not focusing on the messages, chats right now. I was so engrossed in teaching you and telling you. But I don't know what this nonsense is going on the screen, huh? What are you all talking? Bhai, focus on the screen. I am here to teach you, to help you to crack your NEET, okay? Chalo, come on. Focus on this. So, lac operon in E. coli consists of how many structural genes? 3 structural genes, which are lac Z, lac Y, and lac A. Lac Z is responsible for the synthesis of the enzyme beta-galactosidase. Lac Y is responsible for the synthesis of the enzyme permease, and lac A is responsible for the synthesis of the enzyme trans-acetylase. And they all enzymes have specific function in operating this operon. Hence, the answer of this question becomes 2 means 3. Okay, who is disturbing whom? Ria is... Shut up. Daya. Okay, come on, focus. So, the answer of this question will become 2. That means there are 3 structural genes. If you have marked it correct, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Done? Okay, so with this, I think one question I skipped again. Yeah. Next question. It's related to DNA fingerprinting. During DNA fingerprinting, separation of DNA fragments is done by... This is a question also you do in zoology in your chapter biotechnology. Yes or no? In biotechnology also you do this. Okay. Now, the biotechnology also you do this question where you come to know that how you have to separate the fragments of DNA, and the very simple technique. Everybody is answering. Very good Daya, very good Rishabh, Krati, very good Ayush, very good Pankaj, Vandana, everybody. Yeah, so the answer is electrophoresis. With the help of electric current, you allow the current to pass through the DNA in between the 2 electrodes. DNA being negatively charged, they move towards positively charged electrode, and on the basis of their size, they cover the distance, and all the fragments are then separated. Very good. Moving ahead. So, with this, molecular basis of inheritance is also done, and now we are heading towards the next chapter, strategies. Okay, so now let's see what's there in our strategy. Number 1 question of strategy is there on your screen. Now, strategy chapter, my dear student, first let me tell you, there are 2 bifurcations in this chapter. First half you study in zoology, and second half you study in botany. The half which start in botany is from plant breeding, and this question is directly from there. The steps of plant breeding. What are the steps of plant breeding? The first step is collection of germplasm. Germplasm refers to the collection of all the diverse alleles and their genes, etc. Once germplasm is prepared, then you have to select parents from that germplasm. Right? You have to select parents from the germplasm, desired parents whose character you want to pass on to the hybrid. So, first step is collection of the germplasm. Second step kya hota hai? Second step is actually the collection of the selection of the parent. Once you have selected parents, then the third step is cross hybridization. Remember, it is the most tedious and time taking process, cross pollination. Once cross pollination is done, fourth is you have obtained the seeds, you have obtained the hybrid, but you have to check that which hybrid or which seed is having both the good qualities of the parent. That means you have to check the superior quality of the recombinant. Once you have ensured that you have selected the superior recombinants, then you have to test them. After again assuring yourself, you will release them in the market as high yielding or hybrid varieties. So these are the steps. Now let's see what will be the answer of this question. पहला step क्या बताया था? Germplasm. So first option तो कट गया, third option भी कट गया. But germplasm collection, germplasm. Second, selection of parent. Third, hybridization. Fourth, selection of superior recombinant, and then only testing. So, fourth also becomes wrong, and the answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you have understood this question. If yes, very good Darshan, very good Krati, very good, yes, Darshan, yes, Krati, everybody. So you get +4 over here. Moving ahead, Jaya and Ratna. Jaya and Ratna, they are the high yielding variety of, very good Kusum Sultan. Chalo. Aditya, motivation, motivation, motivation. Okay, I'll motivate you, but first try to do this question. Jaya and Ratna, what are these two? These are the rice varieties. Very good. Wheat varieties are like Kalyan, Sona and Sonalika. But Jaya and Ratna are the two semi-dwarf varieties, high-yielding varieties introduced in India that brought green revolution. So the answer of this question is 2. Hope everybody has done this. Okay. So please award yourself with +4 marks. Chalo. Next question. Okay. Now you know the concept of sugarcane. During green revolution, bachcho, apart from wheat and rice varieties, there were many more high-yielding varieties of high-yielding crops were produced, and one among them was sugarcane. There are 2 species of sugarcane, barberry and officinarum. Officinarum grows well in South India. It is high sugar yielding with thick stem and solid stem. But barberry was the one which only grew. Himanshu, what are you writing in so much Hindi? Yes. Okay. Chalo. So what I was telling you, yeah, there are 2 species of saccharum, that is sugarcane, officinarum and barberry. Barberry is the one which grows in North India, but it is not of good quality. And officinarum is the one which grows well in South India and it's of good quality. So what scientists thought that why not to cross both the species of sugarcane, that is barberry and officinarum, and obtain a new variety which not only grows well in North India but also have thick stem, long stem, juicy stem, so that more amount of sugar can be produced. Right? Hence, in this question, what will become your answer? The 2 good varieties, the 2 species of sugarcane which were chosen to obtain the hybrid was officinarum and barberry. So, the answer in this question becomes 2. I hope, very good Kishore, Angel, all you have done this. So, +4, award yourself. Keep on awarding, very good, you all are doing so good. Next question, what is heterosis? Heterosis is nothing. What is heterosis, my students? Heterosis is production of hybrid plant, a plant which is superior than both its parent. Suppose I'm having P1 and P2. P1 is suppose disease resistant and P2 is high yielding. Now I make a cross in between them and I obtain a P3 plant, and this P3 plant is disease resistant as well as high yielding. So this is known as hybrid plant, and obtaining hybrid plant, this phenomena is known as hybridization or heterosis. Clear? So kya? Very good Ayush, keep it up, very good Satyam, Nipple, Doctor, everybody. So the answer is 4. Superiority of hybrids over their parents. Now this P3 is obviously superior than P1 and P2. Moving ahead. Next question. Which of the following functions like mitotic poison? Which among the following acts like a mitotic poison? कौन सा होता है mitotic poison? Only one you have learnt. Please remember that. NEET में हमेशा वही आएगा. The only one mitotic poison which you have to remember is colchicine. Colchicine is obtained from plant called Colchicum autumnale, and it is a member of Liliaceae. What colchicine does? It inhibits spindle formation. अब जब spindle बनेंगे ही नहीं, then how cell division will take place? So colchicine arrests cell division by inhibiting the formation of spindle fibers. Clear? Very good everyone, very good. So first, Ayush, 2,4-D is an artificial auxin, my dear. And colchicine is a chemical obtained from plant Colchicum autumnale that inhibits mitosis by inhibiting the polymerization or formation of spindle fiber. Clear? Okay, moving ahead. Black rust of wheat is caused by, it is a disease which is caused by fungus. Which fungus? Member of Basidiomycetes, that is Puccinia. Puccinia graminis triticale. It causes black rust of wheat. Astilago causes smut. Albugo causes white rust of crucifer, and Cystopus is the other name for albugo. Very good, everyone. So answer is 1, Puccinia, plus 4. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Okay, so now we are done with strategies. Moving ahead with the new chapter, that is Microbes in Human Welfare. Okay, so now slowly, EA Sports, stop it. Moving ahead with the next question, the first question of the chapter, Microbes, right? Now, secondary treatment. Ab you know, in microbes chapter, normally you say that microbes are so useless, they are disease causing, they cause so much trouble in our life, but actually there are some microbes which are of great benefit also. And now in this chapter we are going to discuss about those microbes which are having good economic importance. Correct? Some microbes, they are used to clean your sewage. The sewage which you are generating every day, you are flushing your toilets and generating lot amount of sewage. But that sewage is treated in huge plants called sewage treatment plants. There are 3 levels of cleaning. Primary level, which is physical, where only filtration and sedimentation takes place. Secondary level, which is biological, where we are using biological organisms like aerobic bacteria and anaerobic bacteria for cleaning the water. And then tertiary level is the chemical level, where you use chlorine or ozone for finally cleaning the water. So secondary treatment is asked in the question. Yes, very good Ayush, very good Sekat, very good Falak, everybody is answering. Assam, thank you. Nitin, very good. So secondary treatment is basically a biological treatment where microbes like aerobic bacteria and anaerobic bacteria like methanogens. High value of BOD. What is BOD? BOD is biochemical oxygen demand. More the BOD, polluted is the water, because जो गंदा पानी है, the polluted water is having high amount of dissolved organic waste, and to dissolve that organic waste you need oxygen. So that means the water which is having high amount of organic matter will need more amount of oxygen to dissolve and remove it. That means its demand of oxygen will be high, and that is known as biochemical oxygen demand. So a water which is polluted has high BOD, and with the help of secondary treatment in sewage plants, we try to reduce the BOD and try to then clean the water. Correct? So the answer is water is highly polluted. Right? So remember, high BOD means polluted water. Correct? Yes or no? Very good. +4. Very easy question. बच्चों वाला सवाल था. आगे चलो भाई. The technology of biogas production from cow dung. Now you know in India, the major part of India is still in rural part. Rural areas are the major portions of our country, where we use some different mechanism of where we have different types of fuel for our usage. And the most common fuel which is used in rural area is biogas. And biogas, they are obtained by the decomposition of the waste that we generate on daily basis. And this biogas is very useful in generating electricity and so many things in the town or a given village. The two organizations which has come together to establish different biogas power plants in rural background is Indian Agricultural Research Institute and Khadi Village Industry Commission. These two are the organization. Very good, Krish. Krish is already making the cows to represent cow dung. Yes, so the answer of this question becomes 3. If you have understood, +4. Yes, very good everyone. Moving ahead with the next question. Now, you know from milk you produce curd. Yes or no? You all know that with the help of milk we produce curd. How? You just add a little bit of inoculum, you add little bit of inoculum of curd into a milk, keep it overnight, and then your milk is converted into curd. Because curdling takes place, the milk proteins are converted into casein. And it is said that rather than taking milk, curd is always a good option. Why? Because curd acts as a probiotic. It helps to improve your gut health as it enriches the body with vitamin B12. Correct? So will you remember this thing? So which vitamin is more in curd? That is your vitamin B12. So the answer, very good Kusum, very good Vashi and everyone. So the answer of this question becomes 3. If done, award yourself with +4. Next question. Now you have seen that while mummy is preparing the batter for dosa and idli, what happens? She keep that for overnight. Yes or no? She keep that batter of dosa and idli overnight, and then what happens? Morning, she must have kept in the vessel this much. But in the morning, it rises to this much. How that puffy appearance is coming? It is actually because during night, overnight time, some bacteria started growing on that batter of your dosa and idli that started performing anaerobic respiration, that is fermentation. And they performed alcoholic fermentation releasing CO2 gas. And that puffed up appearance is due to the release of CO2. Hence the answer of this question becomes 2. B option, CO2 release. Clear? If you have understood this, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead with the next question. Same question. Right now which I was telling you, same question asked in some another manner. And what is that manner? In the last question, the last segment, the question was asked that which gas is released which is responsible for that puffy appearance. Now the question is asking which process is responsible. I already told you the process is, thank you Ayush, fermentation. So overnight on that dosa and idli batter, what is happening? Fermentation is happening. That is responsible for releasing CO2 gas. Right? And that puffed up appearance is because of this reason only. Hope you have understood this. The answer to +4. Chalo, move ahead. Now, match the following. Very, very important question. है क्या लिख रही है कुसुम सुल्तान? What are you writing? Hard सवाल. Now tell me, चलो कुसुम, tell me. This is one of the hard question. चलो कुसुम will answer me and then only I'll explain. चलो, I'm waiting for your reply. Beta, in NEET examination, rather than hard questions, some easy questions comes which are purely NCERT based, and because you're always running after those hard questions, you forget the easy questions. You don't go through the NCERT properly, and there you, in search of hard questions, you're also not able to do the easy questions. So try to focus on both of them, right? Chalo, and this chapter is also very easy. How hard? Oh, purely NCERT based. You have to just remember mug up NCERT, everything will be done. Okay, chalo. Statins. Statins are what? My dear, statins are those chemicals which are obtained from fungus Monascus purpureus. And Monascus purpureus की मदद से we are able to lower the cholesterol. Cyclosporine, which is obtained again from fungus Trichoderma. It is used as a immunosuppressive agent in organ transplantation? So D is 2. 2 is D. Streptokinase, which is obtained from bacteria Streptococcus. It is used as a clot buster for those patients who have undergone myocardial infarction. And lipase is the enzyme that is used in laundries. It is used in your detergents to remove your oil stains. So you have seen the matching. You can match the answer. And you have got your answer, which is 4th. Clear? Yes or no? Okay. So moving ahead. So microbes is also done. I hope it is clear to all my students. Now I am also... It's too hectic. Almost we are going to complete 5 hours. Isn't it so good? I feel so proud that I am constantly being teaching you, and you all are so nice students that you are listening to me consistently. All these students, they are like listening to me continuously. Hats off to you all and hats off to me. So yes, that's the spirit that we have to maintain throughout the session. Chalo, moving ahead. First question. Which of the following factor has a negative effect on population growth rate? Yeah, it is. Kusum, actually it is getting SAR. Yeah, Abi brother. I saw that Varman, it was hats off. Varman, it was completely hats off. I know. How could you even do for 10 hours? It was so difficult. But that too, it was maybe, yeah, I agree. Okay. Yes, Manoj, of course. Yes. Chalo. Now move ahead and do this question. Question says, which of the following factor has a negative effect on the population growth? Now there are 4 factors which govern the population growth. They are birth rate, death rate. Birth rate also called as natality. Death rate also known as mortality. Then third is immigration. Immigration means when you are coming from one region to another. So you're immigrant. And fourth is emigration. Emigration when you are escaping from a given area. So this birth rate and immigration, these 2 factors are responsible for increasing the population. But mortality and emigration are responsible for decreasing the population. So which factors have delimit or have decreasing effect in the population? Emigration, yes. Birth rate increase करता है, गलत. Immigration increase करेगा, गलत. Birth rate and natality same. So the answer of this question will become, you all are, yeah. So the answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you have understood this question, and if yes, then please award yourself with +4 marks. Now, moving ahead. Next question. Most ecologically relevant factor is, you have so many abiotic components that affect your environment like temperature, water, soil, light, etc. But among them, which is the most important one, most ecologically relevant, this is the line which I have taken from NCERT. Yaqeen, hi, Yaqeen, short 69, hello. So which is the one? Temperature. Very good, Dr. Suraj. Very good, Vandana. Yes, thank you, Vandana. It is what? Temperature. That is option number 3. Temperature is the most ecologically relevant factor that plays an important role in deciding the range of distribution of organisms. Award yourself with +4 if you have done this correctly. And now, moving ahead with the next question. Find out the incorrect statements. You are given some statements and you have to tell that which one is correct and which one is not. Number 1 statement. Tuna fish are rarely caught. It is with respect to temperature only. As you can see. First, these all 4 lines I have taken from NCERT and you should know these lines. They can come anytime in NEET. Tuna fish can rarely grow beyond tropical latitudes and ocean. Correct line. Mango trees, they only grow in India. Well, they cannot grow in temperate climates pursuing in Canada and Germany. Right. Snow leopards, they cannot be found in Kerala forest now. In Kerala, how will these snow leopards survive? Snow leopards can only survive in cold climate. And Kerala is having hot and humid weather. They cannot survive. So this statement becomes wrong and hence, very good Abhi, very good Krish. The answer is 3. That the incorrect statement is that snow leopard, they are found very frequently ni beta. They cannot be found. So if yes, you have done. Now let's proceed further to the next question. Now you are having 2 statements and you have to choose that which one is correct and which one is not. Statement 1 says, the majority of organisms who can tolerate wide range of temperature is known as eurythermal. बिल्कुल सही बेटा, यूरी का मतलब ही होता है, यूरी means wide, thermal means temperature, right? Steno means narrow, and again thermal means temperature. So eurythermal are those organisms who can tolerate wide range of temperature, and stenothermal are those who can tolerate very limited range of temperature. So I hope both the statements are correct. Hence the answer of this question, as everybody is telling me, is 4th. That means both the statements are correct. And if you have done this, then please give yourself +4. Right? Now moving ahead with the next question, and that next question is, I hope I have jumped. Okay, so I hope this is also done, and now we are moving ahead with the next chapter, last 3rd chapter, ecosystem. Are you all ready for this chapter, ecosystem? Now, okay, ES Sports, my mother tongue is Hindi, yaar. I am from north itself. So yes, my tongue will be my mother tongue will be Hindi only. Okay, chalo. So first question from ecosystem chapter is, vertical distribution of different species occupying different level is known as, it's known as stratification. See, ecosystem can be divided on the basis of structure into 2. Species composition and stratification. Stratification means vertical distribution of different species occupying different regions. Very good. So if you have marked stratification, then give yourself +4. And with this, we will move ahead to the next question. Very easy, NCERT based question. Annual net primary productivity of ecosystem is how much? The total is bachcho 170 billion tons, out of which 115 billion tons is coming from the land and 55 billion tons is coming from the ocean. So you have to remember this data. Please remember this data, that there are 115 and 55. So the answer of this question becomes what? 1. That is 170 billion tons. Clear? Pronaj, which question is wrong, Baba? Why? What is wrong in this? Go and check. The vertical distribution of different species is known as stratification. Chalo, moving ahead. Next question. By which of the following processes water-soluble inorganic nutrients go down? Now, bachcho, you have heard about Okay, Manoj, I'll try to do that. Okay. Now, someone is asking why it is more in land. Because in land you have nutrients as well as you have proper sufficient amount of light as well. When you go to ocean, as you go deep inside the ocean, the amount of light reduces, and in oceans they are very poor in nutrient in terms of, when I talk about nitrogen specifically. That is why the production in ocean is less and on land it is more. Coming to this question is related to decomposition, which is one of the function of ecosystem. My dear students, decomposition simply means that is breakdown of organic substance into the simplest form, and that the simplest form are inorganic nutrients, minerals, so that they can once again go back in the soil. Now, the simple step actually takes place in 5 sub-steps. That is, first step is fragmentation. Second step is first step is fragmentation, second step is leaching, third step is catabolism, fourth step is mineralization, humidification, and fifth step is mineralization. I'll write it. Fragmentation, leaching, third step catabolism, fourth step humidification, and fifth step is mineralization. So it's actually leaching. सबसे पहला होता है fragmentation, where the bigger organic matter, the detritus, is broken down into smaller fragments with the help of organisms like earthworm, who are known as detritivores. Right? अब detritivores क्या करेंगे? They will break down the complex organism into Yes, I am reading all these. Okay. Chalo bhai. Moving ahead to this question, fragmentation simply means breaking down of complex organic matter into simpler forms, which is done with the help of detritivores. Once this step is done, then all the inorganic nutrients from those simpler organic substance, they percolate down into deeper layers and they become as unavailable salts. That step is known as leaching. So the question is that which of the following steps will allow the water soluble components to percolate deep into the soil and become as unavailable salt is leaching. So the answer of this question becomes 3, leaching. If you have marked it, then please give yourself +4. Correct? चलो आगे चलते हैं. Next question. Maximum species composition occur in. बेटा सबसे ज्यादा species कहाँ मिलेंगी? वही मिलेंगी जहाँ पे temperature, rainfall, nutrient, everything is sufficient. There only species will flourish. If I talk about deserts, they have so high temperature, so little rainfall. Why species will go there? No. Arctic region, again same problem. So high, so low temperature, no species will flourish. Oceans, who will live in the ocean? No light is coming in the ocean. Why? But in dense tropical rainforest, temperature, rainfall, nutrient, everything is sufficient. Hence, all the organisms will try to live under this condition, and these regions will now be rich in species. So the answer of this question becomes 4. Hope you have understood this. If yes, then give yourself +4 marks. Okay, moving ahead. Next question. Match related with pond ecosystem. Right? Decomposers of phytoplanktons. No, phytoplanktons are autotrophs. They are the primary producers. They are not the decomposers. Wrong. Consumers, fungi and bacteria in pond ecosystem are decomposers. Right? Actually, fungi and bacteria are decomposers and consumers are actually zooplanktons. So this is also wrong. Third, producers zooplanktons. No, bachcho. Zooplanktons are consumers. They are not producers. Wrong. Fourth, source of energy is ultimately sun. So fourth statement is right. And thus the answer of this question becomes 4. Very good Kushal, very good Harshit, Krish, Abhi, Suraj, Madhvi, Daya. Yeah, very good everybody. So you're plus 4. Now, moving ahead. Next question. You have to tell the incorrect statement with respect to secondary productivity. What is secondary productivity? What is primary productivity? Primary productivity is the amount of biomass which is produced by the green plant and it is available to the next herbivores, you can say. Now herbivores will feed on the plants. They will take their primary productivity. They will little bit utilize the organic matter which they have eaten. Now the amount of biomass which is generated in these consumers for the next organism at next trophic level is known as secondary productivity. So what is secondary productivity? Generation of organic matter at consumer level. Check it. Secondary productivity decreases. Of course, it will decrease as you increase the trophic level. It is the synthesis of inorganic? No. Secondary productivity is also actually the generation of organic matter from organic matter itself. So second statement becomes wrong and here you get your answer. Manoj, I will do this. Don't worry. Yes, Manoj, I will give you some beautiful motivational lines. Don't worry, I will give you. First, let me complete it. Will you let me complete it? Complete it? Okay. Moving ahead. Finally, this chapter is over. Moving ahead, the second last chapter, that is Biodiversity and Conservation. चलो भाई, अगला सवाल इसमें देखते हैं हम. First question of Biodiversity and Conservation. Okay, so the first question says, the extinction of many species of cichlid fish of Lake Victoria in East Africa was mainly due to. Okay, so what is the main reason that why these fishes got extinct in Africa? It is due to alien species invasion. The same case which happened when in India we introduced water hyacinth, Icornia. Icornia being the exotic species, they don't have their natural predators in the new area, so they flourish, but they flourish at the cost of other native species. These native species, they start getting less amount of nutrients and they start getting degraded and they finally they become extinct. So same case happened with the cichlid fishes of Lake Victoria. They also started extincting after introduction of alien species. Hence, very good everybody. The correct answer of this question is 4. If you have done this, yes, very good Jia, very good. Plus 4. चलो आगे चलते हैं. Next question. Okay, so this graph is given. This experiment was performed by Alexander von Humboldt. This scientist, he said one line. He said that he was actually exploring the species richness in a given area. So he said one thing, that the species richness is going to increase as you increase the explored land area, but only a certain limit. And for this he made a graph between the species richness and the area, which graph usually comes rectangular hyperbola if it is written in exponential form. But if the same equation I write in log form, then this graph is going to be straight linear, and the log form of equation is log s is equal to log c plus z log a. This is z. Okay, so this is the logarithmic form of the equation. When you write the equation in log form, then the graph has to be linear. If it is written in exponential form, then the graph has to be rectangular hyperbola, as you see. Correct? So Alexander von Humboldt said that as you increase the species discovered, as you increase the explored area, you find more species. But this only happens up to a certain limit. Chalo. Now 4 statements are given with respect to this graph and you have to tell that which one is correct. सबसे पहला, species richness increases with increasing explored area up to a limit. लो भाई, पहली statement पढ़ी and you got the answer. So read statements and you have to tell the correct statement. So first statement is absolutely correct, that what? That as you increase the species richness increases with increasing explored area but up to certain limit. You got your answer in the first statement itself. Yes. Okay, very good, Pavan. So with this, the answer of this question becomes 1. Hope you have understood this graph and please award yourself with +4. Moving ahead. Very easy question, match the following. चलो भाई धर्मवीर बताओ भाई, शुभेंदु क्या आंसर होगा इसका? ट्राई टू मैच. Alexander von Humboldt, right now I told you he was related with species area relationship. David Tillman, he performed experiment on long-term ecosystem. He said that the larger the area covered, if there's a more large area and if you grow more species, then more is the stable ecosystem. More area, more species, more stability. This was told by David Tillman in his long-term ecosystem experiment. Paul Ehrlich gave a very famous and very cute theory called rivet-popper hypothesis. Correct? Norman Mayer, beta, he told the importance, he asked us to understand the importance of biodiversity hotspots. So you can match D with 4. Now, chalo bhai, batao. A is 2, B is 3, C is 1, D is 4. D is 4, beta. A 2, B 3, C 1, D 4. Answer is this, not 1. This Mayer is responsible for biodiversity hotspot, not resource partitioning. Correct? I think resource partitioning is some other scientist, but not this Norman Mayer. So your answer of this question becomes 4th. Hope you have understood this question. Now let's move ahead with the next one. And the next question is, which of the following is correct combination of biodiversity conservation? Ab batao bhai, in situ. Is cryopreservation in situ? No, it is ex situ. Wrong. Sacred groves, in situ. Seed banks, ex situ. Correct. Third, national parks, in situ. Correct. Sanctuaries, ex situ. No, wrong. In situ, in vitro. No, wrong. So the correct answer of this question becomes 2. Hope you have done this question. If yes, then you can give yourself again +4. Moving ahead with the next question. Loss of rivets. Now suppose there's an aeroplane, right? Now on this aeroplane there are so many rivets. Rivets means the, what do you say, the nuts and bolts, right? So there are some chairs inside it. Now there are 2 types of rivets. One which are present on the wings and another which are present inside the plane. The rivets which are present inside the plane represents the normal species which are getting extinct. But if you remove the rivets of the wings, if you remove these rivets which are present on the wings, these rivets are actually signifying the keystone species. These are signifying the keystone species. If you remove the keystone species, my dear students, then surely what is going to happen? The whole ecosystem is going to get damaged. The whole plane will get damaged if you remove these rivets from the wing. So keystone species play a very important role in managing the whole ecosystem, and if you remove them, then surely whole ecosystem is going to get damaged. So accordingly, the answer of the question will become 2, extinction of key species. Yes, thank you, City of Vaigyan. So answer is 2. Hope you have understood. चलो भाई आगे चलते हैं और अगला है भाई, finally we are entering into the last chapter of class 12th and our today's discussion also, environmental issues. Okay, हिंदी में बोलो ना प्लीज धर्मवीर. अरे भाई हिंदी में ही तो हम बोल रहे हैं और क्या चाहते हो. चलो शुरू करते हैं. सबसे पहला सवाल, मोस्ट प्रॉब्लमैटिक एक्वेटिक वीड, सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम करने वाली वीड कौन सी है? इट इज आइकॉर्निया. आई ऑलरेडी टोल्ड यू, यू ऑल्सो टोल्ड मी, टेरर ऑफ बंगाल. सो आंसर इज आइकॉर्निया. I'll not explain this, already done it, you should know. Moving ahead. Next questions. Nuisance growth. Nuisance means unwanted growth. You know, eutrophication sometimes happen. Eutrophication happens when your soil is, when your water is highly enriched with like sulfur, nitrates and phosphates. When fertilizer rich with sulfates, phosphates and nitrates, they are dumped in the water body. Water body become nutrient rich, because of which it promotes excessive growth of algae and other cyanobacteria that leads to a condition of eutrophication, because of which soon that lake dies. तो कौन सा एलिमेंट रिस्पॉन्सिबल है न्यूसेंस ग्रोथ करने के लिए पूरे लेक में? इट इज एक्चुअली फॉस्फोरस एंड इट कैन ऑल्सो बी नाइट्रोजन. राइट? So the answer of this question becomes 4. Please award yourself with +4. Moving ahead. Next question. The polyblend developed by Ahmad Khan. Polyblend. Ahmad Khan was, you know, you must have क्या कहते हैं, read this story about Ahmad Khan. He himself was the owner of plastic factory. But one day he got a dream and he thought that he's doing something very bad, unwanted. So he stopped his factory and he started reusing or recreating the plastic. And with the help of plastic, he created a chemical called polyblend. This polyblend, along with bitumen coal, it is used to lay down the roads which have more water repellent property. Right? So polyblend क्या है? Polyblend, it is actually a mixture along with bitumen coal which is made to lay down roads. And in Bangalore, it is said that 40 kilometers long road is of polyblend. So can you see that how we can also use plastic, which is one of the non-biodegradable waste? So the answer of this question becomes 4. Hope you have understood. Very good, everybody. Next question, I hope this will be the last. No, 2 more. Okay, yeah, 2 more questions. Chalo bhai, jaldi jaldi. According to CPCB, which is the, what is the size of the particles which are considered very unhealthy and it should not be inhaled? The absolute particle size is 2.5 micrometers. Yes. So answer of this question will become 1. 2.5 or even less than that. If the dust particles are there, then these are considered as particulate matter and they are very, very, very harmful. When you breathe in, they create lots of trouble in your respiratory system. Finally, now the last question of today's session. Thank you for being so kind and so generous. But before giving my final speech, I'll try to discuss this question. The question says, catalytic converters, you know, catalytic converters which are made up of catalysts like rhodium and palladium, they are used in your scooters, in your automobiles, just to convert some unburnt hydrocarbons into CO2 and water, so that no unburnt hydrocarbons like carbon monoxide are released in the environment. This is one of the methods to control air pollution. Very good, everybody. So the answer becomes 1. Right? Catalytic converters, they convert unburnt hydrocarbons into complete burnt and releases CO2 water as a byproduct. And this controls air pollution. And with this, finally, we are done with today's session of complete biology revision in more than somewhat, I don't know how many hours. So with this, students, thank you so much for joining this session. Yes, even I will also never forget this lecture. It has been truly amazing and you all students have been so nice. I literally wish you all the very best for your NEET examination, students. As I already told you, if you have any trouble then in understanding the concepts, already one-shot videos are going on daily basis. You can check those videos. You can mention your problems in the comment section. I will surely help you and guide you through there. So please stay connected on this channel of PW English for more updates. Till then, good night. See you all, and motivation I'll do in the next session. I'm exhausted. So the motivation for today is only go to sleep. So this is the only motivation which I can give you right now. Have dinner, go to sleep, enjoy, and please prepare well for your NEET. Manoj is waiting for my motivation. I'm telling you na, the motivation is go to sleep. Fully tired, go to sleep. Thank you so much. Thank you all. It was lovely. It was lovely having a session with you all. And yeah, bye-bye everyone. Take care. Good night. See you all. Bye-bye.